Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault. And you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not
We will
relevant.
bring the jury.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican parade service Latin.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Literally not true.
Oh, for crumb's sake.
Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Let's see. Cameras are a little squampus today. See if we can get chat going here. All right, there we go. Okay. All right, you guys ready? Should we do this? It's Monday. It's Monday, but I was missing a cable this morning. I went live. I'm like, oh, I'm missing the audio cable. And of all the cables to miss, the audio cable's one that's probably the most important. I could probably have no camera. I could be like, hey, sorry guys, camera's not working today, but you can hear me, right? And it would be all right. But the audio cable would be a no-go. So, welcome. Good to have you here. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. It is Monday. The gig over the weekend went great. It was funny, I have to tell you. Here's what they said. Well, I talked to them. I actually talked to like 3 different people about this gig, and they said, we need...
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
They said, we need a couple things. We need a projector, so like something shined up on the screen. We need a projector screen, and we need a wireless microphone, lavalier style. I'm like, gotcha. I show up, and they're like, oh, by the way, we have 2 presenters. Hey, how's it going?
I just came up with a better structure for a vortex.
Awesome. Share that with me after we're done. Okay. My wife's inventing science toys. All right. We need chat on screen. I'm working on it. It's not working yet for some reason. Hang on. Hold, please. Oh, it's because I'm connected to the wrong one. Let's go this way. Connecting. Connected. There we go. Chat's on screen. All right, we got it. Good morning, Rebecca. Thank you very much for that. First one you have to recognize is Kim R. Congratulations. Everything up here later worldwide is your responsibility. You were first in chat. We have to rush things. We're a little bit late, and we can't miss court because it's like getting ready right now. They're literally getting set for court right now. All right. What was I saying? Oh, so the gig. They're like, oh, we just need a lapel mic and the projector, and then we're good to go. Well, they have 2 presenters, and they have 3 different devices to present from. So I have to also configure their devices. And then they start and they're like, oh, by the way, we're running 4 simultaneous events, and they all need help. And there are different screens and TVs and everything. So it got crazy there for a little bit. I used every single spare cable I brought with me, but it worked great. Everything was phenomenal, and they were super happy, and they want me to do it again. All right. Red Pen says, Buffer, happy birthday to Allison Garofalo, BJ, Cass, Dina, and the Brown Barn. I think all of these were Sunday's birthdays. Do we have any birthdays? Well, it doesn't matter. We're celebrating all of them today. So join with me wherever you are. If it's legal and you're able to stand up, take a deep breath. Shoulders back. Project your voice to the back of the room. Blend your voice with your neighbor and warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. We found it. It's a Monday, but we found it. It's good. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Allison Garofalo, BJ Castina, and the Brown Barn. Happy birthday to you. There we go. To everyone who celebrated their birthday today, happy birthday. I realize there are a million places you could be and a million people you could have celebrated with. We chose to be here with us. The privilege, pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours. Hopefully we can turn that joy back to you and make your day just a little more special. Begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP Village, and Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Deadlock's House, Andy's Grill, Bob Evans, and Cracker Barrel. Woo! Nailed it. First try. There we go. Happy birthday to everyone. Found our Adrian Maya. Became a member the day the verdict originally. This community got me through my family through cancer. To say that I'm grateful is enough. Melissa, thank you very much. 27 months makes you an OG. Thank you very much. Also, Tiana Tooney. Hi, guys. 23 months, also an OG. Thank you very much. Appreciate your support, and you being here makes it different. It wouldn't be the same without you, honestly. It wouldn't. It would not. So don't even think about it. All right. If my daughter gets married, will you DJ in Austin, Texas? Yes, but only if I get to exclusively play songs that I created on Suno as their wedding songs. And I have to do it remotely. Sorry, because that's a long way away. That's a long way away. We can make it happen. I could be a remote DJ. Just put my projector, put me up on the screen. I'll be like mixing the ones and twos, throwing it down. Is the camera blurry for anyone? Probably just me because it's Monday. All right, I think we've got a... Oh, that camera is blurry. Let's do a drum solo and then finish it. I messed it up. I hit the snare first instead of the toms around the top. And you guys probably saw that, but I got all the beats right, but it was on the wrong drum. No sound for you? I'm not having any sound from this. That's more of a concern.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
Your cam is very dark. I'll fix that one really quickly. We'll tune it up just a teensy bit, maybe. Give it a bit of gamma. It's a teensy bit blurry, but a livable amount of blur. Let's say autofocus real quickly. Oh, you guys might be able to see. I have my extra switcher. This is my new router, my new switcher set up over there. And it's pretty cool. It's pretty fun. I have not yet streamed successfully from it yet. But we're getting close. We're getting really close. Okay, I don't have that sound. Well, okay, we'll figure it out. Let's go here. Let's go to court before we go too far. You might see some familiar faces. That's because we're back in Ohio, and you know, I guess defense attorneys are scarce, so we have some of the familiar defense attorneys. GG Sharebear, member for 31 months. OG, what? Good morning, everyone. Congratulations on 31 months. What's this trial about? This is a felonious assault. I'm sure there's other things as well, but I just want to focus on the felonious assault because I like that word. I like that word. We've got two defendants, co-defendants, I believe. I'm not sure if we have two chairs for them. Not sure if these are witnesses, victims, or what, but welcome. Did you get a new camera? Things seem a bit more wide angle. Probably. I just zoomed out, actually. I just zoomed out. Let me zoom in a bit. Now it's nice and crisp. I'm zoomed in, and I just hit my mic. Sorry about that, guys. All right. The buzz you hear is court. That means it's working. Court's always on. So, no new camera. Just new camera angle. Those are victims along with the victim advocate. Okay. Let's see what else. Do you know that Gru from Despicable Me's his last name, his full name was Felonious Gru. His son's name is Gru Jr., meaning the full name is Gru. Mathis, I don't think I could have finished today without knowing that. Thank you. This is the backwards courtroom. It does seem strange that we are entering, the public enters from the side, like the side door. I don't know where the judge is, honestly. Oh, I think, yeah, there he is. He's right there. Okay. But he's not there yet. We have been in this courthouse a lot. Not in this courtroom very much. I don't remember if we've seen any trials in this courtroom before. I thought my DSLR had a failure on the sensor, then it turned out that it was just dust, and I panicked for nothing. Just nothing a little puff of air couldn't fix. You know? Love it. Okay, there's the prosecutor coming in with the assistant prosecutor. We're just waiting for the... Let's see. We might have two different attorneys on defense. And one of them is sort of off camera. Possibly. Because we have two defendants, co-defendants, they might be handling this differently, you know, conflict of interest and all. Two defense teams. This could make things a little interesting. This is also a bench trial, so no jury. The good news for you means there will be no jury instructions. That's the other view. That's the other table. Might also be hard to hear them. Oh. Didn't think about that one. Hopefully they all go up to the microphone. Might be hard to hear him entirely, unless he's wearing a lav mic or something. AZDCS Oversight Group, good morning to you, 30 months, OG. Thank you, thank you. You miss Judge Peeler? Well, miss him no more. He's back. This is the year of the benches. Did they draw straws to see who got the good table? I think it was first come, first serve. And the gentleman there who's leaning against the table, proudly claiming it with his hindquarters, was here first. I was watching. He got here first. So I think that's how that goes. And it's also the good chairs, if you'll notice. Well, I think they're the same chairs now that I look at it. He called dibs. Bench trial means complex legal argument for defense. It was a cheap table at the Goodwill. Yeah, it's not even the same height. It's a shorter table. And it's tiny. I mean, they're almost... The defendant's going to be on the guy's lap. Co-defendants are out on bond, so we hope they show up. That would always be interesting if they didn't, or one didn't. It's like a coffee table for the living room. Yeah, it's like a little magazine table, for sure. Shelly Small gifted 5 memberships to start things off this morning. Thank you very much, Shelly, for your generosity. Congratulations to the winners. I think I saw them walk in already. Ooh. Well, they're not the ones in the gallery. What's the shirt the guy's wearing? Is that like a Stranger Things shirt? Oh. Looks like everyone just straightened in their chair as possible. The judge walked in. But I doubt it, because defense attorney is still, yeah, he's not there yet. He's still just kicking back like he owns the place. Wanders into his seat. Takes laps around his table because he can, and it's big enough that he can. Now he's just showing off that he can actually set up a laptop and have his water or coffee, whatever it is, on the table without spilling one or the other. Felonious assault today. We're going to find out more than we want to know about a felonious assault. Two defendants, co-defendants. We have a baby lawyer and there's a baby lawyer, and there's the real lawyer. Prosecutors, a team of 2. One searching their Facebook profile or maybe their LinkedIn for job opportunities, and the other one pondering opening statements. Where's Greeners? He's here, or he's nearby. There he is. Babies don't deserve counsel. They're guilty as charged, right? The judge is Judge Robert Peeler. Good judges here. So tell me about this science toy you invented, Mrs. R.A. Yeah, you need that.
So actually, you invented it. I just came up with an improvement.
Okay.
It's the Vortex, which is a PVC. Did you already talk about it?
No, I built a PVC frame that looks like a trampoline, like a round frame on a PVC pipe stands. So it stands like a table height, like that lawyer's little coffee table there, but round. And then the middle, the tabletop is actually, I took an old pair of my my bike shorts, the spandex bike shorts, and I stretched it across this 6 foot. Just kidding. They weren't bike shorts. We bought it. Anyway, it's a little soft, spongy table that you can replicate space and gravity and space-time continuum and orbits and things with. But
yeah, it's pretty cool. So the kids are getting it out today, and I was thinking about it and thinking about how we made it stand on these legs. And I can't think of what to compare it to. They're basically rectangles of PVC that hold it together, and then we have some PVC that go across the bottom trying to connect the different rectangles to each other. And I was just thinking today, why on this green earth did we not just make 2 circles, and then everywhere that the PVCs connect to each other to create the circle, make it be a 3-way PVC connector so that it goes down or up depending on if you're the bottom or the top. That would be way easier. We're already storing something the size of that circle. I'm
going to need you to draw me a picture, because then you lose rotational. The top would spin and it would collapse. So you don't have support that way, right? I don't know.
It might.
It's a gravity well, yes. Possibly.
It needed some sort of framework to keep the legs straight.
Well, I don't know how our existing one would fix it anymore in that.
Yeah, our existing one is a problem. That's why I was thinking.
I'm more concerned with the fact that you're looking for the parts for this.
The kids are. They were like, I want to play with Vortex.
And I have 2 of them in my studio covering that spandex over the window.
Yeah, I think they have the other one out there.
Okay, all right. That's my blackout curtains.
Also, we're taking everything that's in the hallway and bringing it in here. Okay, love you, bye.
Okay, them are fighting words. I've got a lot of things in the hallway. Okay, now I'm in trouble. I had too much stuff in the hallway. All right, waiting for court to start. We need the blueprints. Greeners, you just can't comment. Katia, 14 months now, been longer, but I love it here. Katia, thank you very much. Wonderful to see you this morning. Hope you're doing absolutely fabulous. Wouldn't be the same without you here. Bailiff's here. We can start now. This is awesome. Yesterday was the 40th anniversary of the Chernobyl disaster. Whoa, I didn't know that. I try not to make a mental note of all the bad things that happen and remember them all the time, because it just gets a little bit depressing. But big ones like that need to be remembered so we don't repeat it. Let's see. Josh has the lowdown on this one. Wilson Rivera is represented by Timothy McKenna. Tia Spradlin is represented by Joshua Engel. Prosecutor is Joshua Goodyear. Oh, good. So 2 Joshes. Presented by Josh. None other. Lots of Joshes. Can I get a rundown of this case? Yes, we're going to get it here with opening statements because that'll happen very quickly. But it's a felonious assault, and there's one other charge, but it's not nearly as fun to say as felonious assault. Like aggravated robbery or something like that. Who is the man relegated to the kiddie table? That would be the late lawyer, the lawyer who showed up second today. And his knees pretty much fill the whole under the table thing. So his client is going to be sitting next to him, like next to the table. Hope his client doesn't need to take notes. Sloth Life, hopefully soon. Hopefully soon. We're looking at how we're... Oh, those are defendants, I think. Let me think. I think that was a defendant. It looked sort of like a defendant. Maybe not. Maybe they're just observers. Very excited. My new MacBook arrives today. I love the MacBook, especially the MacBook Air. They're wonderful. I have the M2 version, and it's what I like. It's my go-to for sure. Now I also have a bit of equipment arriving today. I will be the proud owner of a Blackmagic Design streaming encoder 4K. Or a 4K streaming decoder. which is the last piece to the puzzle to let you guys connect to the live stream from your court watching outside the courthouse with your phone, where you just open an app and it goes straight to my server. So I can just have your voice and audio and camera picture. I'm super excited about this. I know not everyone wants to do that, but there are a couple people it'll be really useful for. So we can tie to either two streams together from across the country, or just lots of cool stuff with that. All right. Oh my goodness, I'm falling way behind.
County Common Police Court is now in session. Judge Robert Phelan presiding. You can be seated.
We're missing the defendant still.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Uh-oh.
This is State of Ohio versus Wilson Rivera and Tia Bradlin. The state is represented by Brian Goodyear. Who do you have at council table?
This is Detective Chris Hughes from Middletown Police Department.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The defense is represented by Mr. Rivera is represented by Tim McKenna. Ms. Spradlin is represented by Josh Engel. We're here for trial.
Thank you very much.
State ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
There's the defendant.
Mr. Engel, defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. McKenna?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does anyone wish to make an opening statement? I know we talked about this case several times, but it's up to you.
Judge, as you said, we've had pretty extensive pre-trial discussion about the case, both in the courtroom and otherwise. I think you have a good understanding of the case. I would just say that ultimately there has been notice of self-defense that's been put forward by both parties, and I think you're going to see through the evidence that they're not even going to be able to put up sufficient evidence to even have you consider self-defense as a defense. And ultimately, I think that evidence is going to show that they're guilty of all these offenses.
Is this a motion?
All right,
We're ready to proceed, Judge.
Mr. Engel?
We waive opening statement, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. McKenna. Okay, call your first witness, please.
Here's a statement called Jesse Etzel. Judge, we would ask for a separation of witnesses.
Okay, is there anyone here who isn't a party to the case that intends to testify?
Yeah.
You have to wait outside.
We just ask the court to recognize Detective Hughes as the state's agent.
Yes.
Before you start, the judge ordered a separation of witnesses, so you'll need to wait outside. You can't listen to anyone, don't talk to anyone.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated.
Morning, sir. Please tell us your name and spell your name.
My name is Jesse Etzel, spelled Jesseoetzel.
Okay. Now I can hear you okay, but just make sure that, so what you have in front of you, it's a microphone, but it does not amplify. It's just, you can just hear what's being said. Okay. So make sure that you speak up so that the judge has a chance to hear what you have to say, because he's the one that's ultimately making the decision in this case, okay?
Okay.
All right. So Jesse, I want to direct your attention to August 1st of 2025. First, if you would, tell me, on that date, where did you live?
I lived at 6880 Brain.
And sir, is that in the city of Middletown, Warren County, Ohio?
Yeah.
Okay. And how long have you lived at that residence prior to August the 1st of 2025?
6, 7 months maybe a little longer. I'm not really sure.
But it had been a period of time before August 1st?
Yeah.
Okay. So prior to August 1st, at some point, did you meet someone named Tia Bradlin and Wilson Rivera?
Prior to
August 1st, did you meet Wilson Rivera and Tia Bradlin?
Yeah.
First, if you would tell the court, how did you meet those two individuals?
Tia worked previously with my wife at some restaurant. I don't remember which one it was, Rally's. She came and told me that Tia was one of her friends that she worked with. She was pregnant, and her and Wilson was homeless, didn't have nowhere to stay, and so she asked if they could come and stay for a couple of days, and that's how I know them.
Okay. Do you remember when it was that, and did they, let me back up, did the two, Wilson Rivera and Tia Spradlin, actually come and live with you?
Yeah.
Did you all charge them any rent or anything?
No.
Okay. So you're just offering your home to them because of their situation?
Yeah.
All right. And if you recall, how long prior to August 1st was it that they lived there for a few days? Was it a week, 2 weeks, a month? Do you remember?
A couple of days off and on.
A couple of days?
Yeah.
Was that close to August 1st or sometime before August 1st?
It's close to August 1st.
Okay. And then how many days total were they there? I'm sorry, if you remember.
Just maybe a week, but they didn't. They would come and go.
And what do you mean by that? They would.
Like sometimes they would go stay at Tia's mom's house for a night or something, and they'd come back.
Okay. And when they came to your apartment to live with you, did they bring any property with them?
Just a book bag.
Okay. And did they bring any animals?
No.
Okay. At some point during the time they were staying with you, did a dog arrive that was theirs?
That wasn't theirs. No, me and my wife took them to a shelter, and we got the dog from the shelter.
Okay. When you say we, who is we? Who got the dog?
Me, my wife, Tia, and Wilson.
Okay, so the four of you.
Yeah.
All right. And did that dog, after it was obtained from the shelter, did that dog stay with you and the four of you at the apartment?
Yes.
All right. So now I'm mentioning the name Tia Spradlin. Do you see Tia Spradlin in the courtroom today?
Yeah, she's right here.
Okay. Can you just tell me where she's sitting and what she's wearing?
She's wearing a white and black shirt. She's sitting on the left side of her attorney.
Okay. You're ask Ray to reflect. He's identified the defendant, Tia Spradlin.
We'll stipulate.
Okay.
And do you see Wilson Rivera in the courtroom?
Yeah.
And where is he?
He's sitting on the left side of his attorney, wearing a white T-shirt or a white button-up shirt.
Your ask Ray to reflect. He's identified the defendant, Wilson Rivera.
Also stipulate.
Okay. So during the time that Tia Spradlin and Wilson Rivera were staying at your apartment, it was yourself, your wife, Caitlin, and Tia and Wilson. Was there anyone else staying there?
Yeah, my mother-in-law. She stays off in the bedroom. She don't come out of her room a lot. I tend to forget she's even there sometimes. But yeah, her mom lives with us.
This is getting crazy. It's quite a household.
Now,
5 adults and a dog.
You mentioned that Tia was pregnant at the time?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did they have any other children that you know of?
Yeah, Tia's got some kids that she lost in foster care. I'm not sure about Wilson.
But they weren't staying with you?
No.
Okay. All right. So prior to August 1st, when Tia and Wilson were staying with you, were there ever any problems between yourself or your wife and those two individuals?
No.
Okay.
They would argue a lot, but...
I'm sorry?
Tia and Wilson would argue a lot, but we didn't...
But no problem with you or Caitlin?
No.
All right. And then you said after about a week or so, they stopped coming to stay at your apartment.
Mm-hmm.
Was there anything that they left behind inside your apartment when they stopped coming around?
Yeah, Tia left some clothes and stuff that I threw away.
Okay. And the dog that you're talking about, did the dog stay at your apartment and they left the dog there?
Yeah.
Is that right? Okay. So let's go back to the dog. When you went to the shelter and the four of you were looking at different animals and decided to pick out this dog, who's the one that actually signed paperwork to get that dog and adopt it?
I'm not really sure. I was outside in the car after it was all said and done, but I think Tia's the one that signed the paperwork. I'm not entirely sure. But after they had left and abandoned the dog, we did call the shelter and we had all the paperwork transferred into my wife's name. So the dog is completely into her name now and has been since they left.
Okay. And you still have this dog?
Yes.
All right. So
it's the best news I've heard this morning.
Between the time that they left after the week, between the time that week ended, they're no longer living with you, and August the 1st of 2025, did you have any contact with Wilson and Tia? Wilson and or Tia? No phone calls, no, they didn't come over or anything like that?
No.
Okay. So on August the 1st, when's the first time that you were aware that Wilson and Tia were in the area of your apartment?
The first time I was aware of it?
Yes.
I don't know who it was. It was I'm assuming one of Wilson's family members. This was about 25 minutes before they came through my back door. She had came and knocked on the door downstairs, and I had stuck my head out the window upstairs to see what she had wanted, and she was there asking about baby stuff and clothes and the dog, and I told her that the dog we went to the pound and had everything transferred into Caitlin's name. The dog's no longer theirs, and as far as their stuff goes, I set it out a few days ago, and the garbage man picked it up. So, I mean, it's their own fault they didn't get it.
Okay. So, you were kind of describing, there's upstairs, there's downstairs. If you would, to the best of your ability, just explain to the judge the layout of the apartment you lived in.
Okay. We got a back door, your front door, sliding doors is the back door. The kitchen, the dining room, and the living room is pretty much all one area almost. Then it's got a hall or a little room by the front door where your washer and dryer is. Then there's a flight of steps that goes upstairs to the 4 bedrooms.
Okay, so it was 4 bedrooms, and how many baths were in that apartment?
1.5 baths.
Okay. And so the doors were, either door accessed that first floor area with the dining room, the kitchen, all that, right?
I'm sorry, what?
So if you walked through the back door or through the front door, you're walking into that main area with everything you described on the first floor?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, as far as...
Who's the lady peeking in the window? Is that the other witness?
Would it be common for someone to enter the back door? If you invite somebody over, you ask them to come in, would it be common for someone to come in that back door, or would they normally come in the front door?
Normally, they'd always come in the front door. There's not even a pathway to my back door. You got to go through the grass and the mud to get to it.
Okay. So anytime you would have somebody over, they would always come through the front door?
Yeah.
Okay. So the person you're speaking about comes to the door, asks for the property, you say basically...
It's gone, I threw
it's
it away.
Gone. Then what happened next?
Well, she left, and about a couple minutes after she walked off, me and Caitlin laid back down. We was laying there, and we decided to get back up and go to the store. But it was summertime, and it was real hot, so we had our bedroom down. We had our bed downstairs in the living room. But when we was getting up and getting our shoes on, that's when Wilson and Tia had came through our back door.
Okay, now let me ask you a couple questions real quick.
To leave.
So first of all, about what time of the day or night was this, if you remember, that first, when the lady came and knocked on the door asking for the property?
I think it was about 8:30, maybe 9 o'clock when she came to the door.
Okay. So obviously this is August, so you say it's summertime. Was it dark already, or was it still dark?
Yeah, it was already dark.
Already dark, okay. So then it would have been dark outside when Tia and Wilson arrived.
Yeah.
So your back door, you've mentioned there's a sliding glass door back there. Was that door open or closed prior to Tia and Wilson coming in?
It was closed.
All right. Was it locked or unlocked?
It was unlocked. It didn't lock. It was tore up.
Okay. So I think you testified a moment ago that the next thing you realized, Wilson and Tia walked into your home. Is that right?
Yeah.
Did you invite them in?
No.
Did your wife invite them into your knowledge?
No, she did not.
Was there any communication between yourself and Tia and Wilson, well, yourself, Tia, and or Wilson, prior to them entering your home?
No.
All right. So they come in the house, and you're all, I guess, in this main area, because you were downstairs, right? Mm-hmm. And then what happened?
Tia and Wilson came through the door, and I seen that Wilson had a knife in his hand, and then it's hard to remember exactly what happened, but we all started screaming. I told him to get the fuck out of my apartment. Wilson had the knife that was coming out this end of his hand, and Tia tried to get in the middle of us, and when he went to swing at me, the tip of the blade caught my head right here. and then I screamed for Caitlin's help. But after that, my eyes was full of blood, and I was kind of disoriented. So, I mean, I can't really remember much after that.
Okay. So when you said Wilson came in with a knife in his hand.
Yeah.
And do you remember anything about the knife?
No, not exactly, no.
Okay. Was it a pocket knife?
Yeah, it just looked like a folding knife. It looked like a pocket knife. It was just a regular pocket knife. That's what it looked like.
So it appeared to use a folding knife, not like a kitchen knife.
Right.
Okay. And you said he swung and that cut your head.
Yeah.
During the process of all this, are you aware whether or not someone called the police?
No.
You don't know?
Okay. No.
So, Mr. Etzel, and Judge, just for the record, there was a 911 call placed that evening that we have a recording of. So I'm with, I think, the agreement of the defense counsel, we're going to go ahead and play that now, and I'm going to have him listen to this, and then we'll be able to ask questions if that's okay with the court.
Yes, that's fine.
Yeah, and just so we're clear, Your Honor, we'll stipulate to the authenticity of this, but we're not stipulating to the admissibility or for what purpose it might be offered yet.
Okay.
Hang on, stipulate to authenticity, but not the admissibility, but it's coming in?
Sorry.
I think the witness is super nervous up there testifying.
1 hour, 38 minutes, 2 seconds.
Milltown Police and Fire Officer Bowles.
I have 2 people that just broke in my house and assaulted us.
Mr. Etzel, do you recognize that voice?
Yeah, that's Caitlin.
That's Caitlin, your wife that you spoke about earlier?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, where at?
6880 Brandywine Street, apartment.
We just had officers out there and nobody answered the door.
They're hitting my boyfriend right now. They're in my house.
Okay. 68.
You hear a voice screaming in the background? Who is that?
That's me.
Okay. And why were you screaming?
Because I had been, because when Wilson had stabbed me with a knife, I was screaming for Caitlin's help.
6880.
No. You said what? Okay, I can't.
Now, could you tell what you were saying there?
Yeah.
What were you saying?
I was screaming, stab him.
And why were you saying that?
Because I was wanting Caitlin to get a knife out of the kitchen and stab him because he had already stabbed me. I felt like he was trying to kill me.
Okay. So that was a yell for help.
Yeah.
Who are they?
Was that you again?
That was me screaming, please don't hurt her, because she was on top of her punching her and he was kicking her in the side.
And her is who?
Tia.
No, they were kicking whom?
Tia was punching Caitlin and Wilson was kicking her in the ribs.
Okay. So, first of all, from hearing that, from your memory, that recording, is that of the incident that took place you're testifying about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you've identified your voice and Caitlin's voice is on that call, right? So, you mentioned already that Tia Wilson came in, Wilson had a knife, cut your head, you're bleeding, and blood's getting in your eyes, and obviously it's pretty chaotic.
Yeah.
What do you remember happening after that?
I know I passed out in the backyard. After I came to, everybody was already gone, and the cops and the ambulance hadn't made it there yet, but I could hear the ambulance. But that's about it.
Okay. So you just mentioned, you just heard on the 911 call, the screaming about trying to get them off of Caitlin, right?
Yeah.
And you said that these two defendants assaulted Caitlin as well.
Mm-hmm.
When did that happen?
That happened after he had cut me. Blood got in my eyes. Tia was still standing there, and I know Caitlin had picked something up, a coffee pot, I guess is what it was, and had thrown it, and then I'm not really sure. We all ended up in the backyard after that.
Okay, so it was outside the house when Caitlin was being assaulted by these two. Tell me what you saw each one of them do to Caitlin, from what you remember.
I couldn't really see a whole lot. My eyes was full of blood, but what I could see is I could see Tia on top of Caitlin, and I could see Wilson next to her kicking her.
Okay.
I mean, I could see enough to tell that.
Caitlin was on the ground. Was she laying on her back or laying on her face?
She was on her side in the fetal position, and after I started screaming, get off of her, you're killing her, whatever the hell I said, they got up and took the dog and then ran off.
Okay. So, you obviously 911 was called. The ambulance and the police, they arrived on scene shortly thereafter. Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you stayed and waited for the police. Did Caitlin stay and wait for the police?
Yeah.
Okay, so you two were there when the police arrived.
Yeah.
What about Wilson Rivera and Tia Spradlin? Did they stay and wait for the police?
No.
Okay, what did they do?
They ran off. They left.
Okay. So they made sure to take off before the police arrived.
Yeah.
And then you said that the dog was taken as they left. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now you mentioned though that you have the dog now.
Yeah.
How did you get the dog back then?
Tia's mother had messaged Caitlin and told us that the dog would be outside in the front yard, that she could no longer care for the dog, and she didn't know where Tia was and something like that, and asked if we would bring the baby some stuff and that she would give us the dog. So we took the book bag of baby crap that was left over there, and I set it in the yard, and I took my dog and I left.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that the two defendants left the scene before the police arrived. After the time the attack happened, excuse me, did you ever see that knife again inside your house?
Mm-mm.
Okay. To your knowledge, did Mr. Rivera take the knife with him when he left?
I would assume so, because
I'm saying, do you know?
The backyard for it.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm just saying, do you know whether that happened?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Sir, I'm going to show you. Well, give me a second. Oh, sorry. Good. All right. I mean, it's a stack of yeah. All right. So I'm going to show you some photographs. And for the record, you're going to mark these as State's Exhibit 2A through 2H. First, I want you to just look through these, and then I'll have some questions for you, okay?
This move is also known as a casino wash.
All right.
Sorry, that was a good shuffle of the papers.
So you mentioned that an ambulance came along with the police once the authorities were called after your attack. Is that right?
Yes.
And were you taken to the hospital?
Yes.
What type of treatment do you receive at the hospital, sir?
They just put stitches in my head.
Do you know how many stitches you received?
I don't know. I don't know.
And to this day, do you still have a scar on your head based on
Yeah,
the
it's
stitching
still,
that occurred?
Yeah, it's.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pictures get shown to the judge. We don't get to see these.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2A for identification. Is this one?
Yes.
Okay. If you would, sir, please tell the court what State's Exhibit 2A depicts. What does that show?
It's a picture of me covered in blood in the hospital.
Okay, so the police, after you went to the hospital, the police came to the hospital as well, is that right?
Yeah.
And was it an officer that took this photograph of you when you were being treated?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2B for identification. If you would, tell the court what State's 2B depicts.
There's a picture of the top of my head where I was cut, where the, don't look like they put the stitches in yet.
Right. So this area right here,
yeah,
that's the cut you received when you said Mr. Rivera had a knife and waved it and sliced your head. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
The judge has a very particular set of skills in this case.
All right. I'm sure it's marked as State's 2D for identification, sir. If you would, please tell the court what this photograph.
He looks like it.
That is a picture of my back door if you was standing on my patio and looking at it.
So as you mentioned, so the back door has a patio, but there's no easy way to get to the back door from the front of the apartment. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. And you see here in the picture that this door is open.
Mm-hmm.
I think you testified that when before these individuals entered your house, it was not like that. It was closed.
It was closed, correct.
Okay. But this is the door that they entered when this incident took place.
Yes.
So, sir, let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2F. Do you recognize what that is, 2F?
Yeah, that's my floor.
Okay. And it looks like there's blood drops on the floor there?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's a picture of my back patio. It's blood droplets on next to the mop.
Right, so this is your back patio with blood drops. And then let me show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 2G. You could just identify for the court what 2G is showing.
It's a picture of what looks to be the kitchen floor where it meets my living room floor, and a puddle of blood laying there as well.
And sir, to your knowledge, is this all this blood we see, is this coming from you after you were cut?
Yeah, that's all my blood.
All right, sir. So after you received the stitches, I assume you went back to the hospital at some point. Did they have to be taken out or did they dissolve?
They had to be taken out.
Okay. And do you know how long it was between the time that you had the stitches in and the time you had them taken out?
It's a couple of weeks. I took them out myself.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay. But otherwise, you had no other problems with that injury other than the stitches, and I'm assuming you were in a good amount of pain when it first happened?
Yeah.
And how would you describe the pain you were in when you were cut until you received treatment?
Like on a scale of 1 to 10?
Mm-hmm.
About 10.
Okay. So would you say that you went through some suffering as a result of the injury you received? All right.
This is about a 10.
Yes.
On a scale of 1 to 10.
And sir, let me ask you this. One follow-up. everything that you described occurred inside your apartment, the address that you first described to the court. Is that right?
Yes.
So all this occurred in Warren County, Ohio?
Yes.
All right. 1 second, Judge.
Can you think of anything else?
All right. No further questions, Judge.
Cross-examination.
Could we have a 2-minute resting break, Your Honor, before we start?
Yes.
We're gonna run to the wee room. There's a witness out there. Hang on. There's a witness. You just sent your defendant out to talk to a witness. In theory. Okay. I guess it's not, what could possibly go wrong? Nothing's going to go wrong. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. All right, quick little restroom break, and then we'll be back. No opening statements in this one. It sounds like a little bit. If this was summarized by a Facebook relationship status, the house's relationship status would say it's complicated. This was a home with the defendant and his wife present. There's the defendant right there, arms folded in the witness chair. His wife is in the gallery. He made room for a coworker of his wife's and her boyfriend in his home because they were homeless, needed a place to stay, so he opened his doors to them. Even though he was already housing his... now they're going to go check and see what happens. This is the bench trial. Even though he's already housing his mother-in-law, who sort of just stays in a bedroom, and he almost forgets that she's even there, they promptly go out with this new couple who's now living in their home and proceed to adopt a dog from the local shelter. And things turn south. The new couple leaves a bunch of clothes and everything there, and the dog. Then they throw the couple's clothes out, throw them out by the street, and they never pick them up. And eventually, garbage man comes, takes them away. Then the couple returns with a knife, assaults the homeowner and his wife. The homeowner gets cut on his head by the knife. The wife gets physically assaulted. Then they take the dog and leave. Eventually, the dog is returned to the homeowner. Can we get back on audio, please, Judge? Please don't forget us. Don't forget us, please. Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Let me ask you a little bit about your background first. You've been in trouble with the law a couple times, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you were arrested in Hamilton for unauthorized use of property.
Judge, I object to the question about an arrest. That's not proper impeachment. He can ask about certain convictions, obviously, but not an arrest.
Yeah, if I can have a little bit of leeway, I know the court understands the rules and we can establish what he's convicted for now. Were you convicted as a result of that arrest of any crimes?
I'm sorry, can you, which crime was that again?
Well, so there was an arrest for unauthorized use of property, criminal damaging, intimidation of a crime victim. Were you convicted of any crimes as a result of that? That happened in 2014?
I can't remember.
Okay. Then there was a breaking and entering charge out of Westchester in 2020. Were you convicted of any crimes of that in the Common Pleas Court?
Yeah.
What were you convicted of?
I think I pled just B&E, I think it was. I got fired from my place of employment, and I went back after I was fired to take my belongings. And yep.
Okay. Then you had an issue in Kettering in, looks like 2023, another theft charge. Were you convicted of anything out of that?
Judge, again, I'm object to the form of these questions. The proper question is, were you convicted of unauthorized use of property in 2023? because that's what he was convicted of. Asking him, trying to tell the court all the different charges that existed, even though some were dismissed for a plea or some were dismissed for lack of evidence, whatever, I just don't think that's appropriate.
So far there haven't been any that have been dismissed. I think what he's doing is just going down the list for things. I think he's choosing the convictions so far.
Well, the questions he's been asking, he said you got in trouble, you got arrested in Westchester for these things, you're arrested in this other jurisdiction for these things. For example, he just mentioned theft. He was not convicted of theft in Kettering. So I think that that's just inappropriate to ask questions of that nature unless it's a conviction.
Okay, you can question him on matters for which he's been convicted.
Okay. So you were convicted of unauthorized use of property in Kettering Municipal Court in 2024, it looks like?
I suppose. I don't really remember.
No reason to think that's not true, right?
It's what the paperwork says.
Okay, and then you were convicted of a theft offense, it looks like, in Butler County in 2025?
I suppose.
Okay, and then you also had some trouble down in Kentucky too, right? You were convicted of a sex offense down there?
No, I was not.
Okay, you were charged with a sex offense?
Nope.
Objection.
Your Honor, this...
Well, either he was convicted or he wasn't. If you have documentation that he was convicted, that's an easy thing to establish.
I was never convicted of anything in the state of Kentucky.
Okay, this became important. We had an issue about a dog, right?
I'm sorry, what?
Part of this fight here is about a dog, isn't it?
I suppose. It's.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Well, you testified just about 10 minutes, 15 minutes ago about a dog that had been adopted by either you or my client, right?
Right.
And I think you said that you were the one who adopted the dog, right?
I don't think I said that, no. I didn't say I adopted it.
Okay, who adopted the dog?
I believe what I said was me, my wife, Wilson, and Tia. We went into the building, and I said that Tia is the one that signed the paperwork that day. But after that, I had walked outside because my dogs was in the vehicle, so I went back outside to the vehicle.
Okay, so if I understand the story right, all
dogs.
4 of you went into the animal shelter.
Correct.
Okay, and isn't it true that Tia was the one who actually paid the fee to adopt the dog?
No.
Isn't it true that you stormed out of that building because someone had seen the fact that you were charged in Kentucky with a sex offense, and that upset you and you stormed out?
No.
And that's why they were the ones who adopted the dog.
What?
The reason that Tia and Wilson adopted the dog is because you stormed out of that building because one of the people at the dog shelter found out that you had been charged with a sex offense in Kentucky and didn't want to give you the dog.
No, that's not what happened that day. That isn't why I left. I left because my dog was in the car. Is the only reason I walked outside. And as far as that in Kentucky goes, I was never convicted of anything.
Okay. Now, you also said that, well, let me back up. So, Tia and Wilson come to live with you in your apartment, right?
To stay for a few days, yeah.
To stay for a few days. Isn't it true it was longer than a few days, right?
No.
Isn't it true that, for example, when Tia would go to the hospital or see a doctor back in, I think it was June, she listed your place as their address? I'm sorry, April. Is that true? Do you know?
What was your question?
Isn't it true that she was listing your address as early as April 25th of 2026?
If she was doing that, she was doing it without mine and Caitlin's knowledge.
Okay. But they were there at least a few months, at least, right?
No, not a few months.
Okay. And while they were there, did they... So do you know how long they were living with you?
They wasn't living with me. They would come and stay for a few days, and they'd go to their mother's for a day or so and come back and this and that.
Okay, how long were they doing that for?
What do you mean?
How long were they staying for a few days and then going somewhere else and then coming back?
Every other day, every few days.
Okay, and how long would that last for?
I'm not sure. What do you mean?
I mean, were they doing that for a few weeks, for a few months, for a year?
You mean coming back and forth from my house to her mother's?
Yeah.
Just a couple of weeks.
Okay, so when was, in your view, the first day that they stayed over at your house?
The first night they stayed at my house was before we had actually moved, but When exactly, I'm not sure. I got a car wreck a few years ago, and it caused some brain damage, and I have a really hard time with short-term memory loss. So, yeah.
Okay. Well,
it's just hard. It's hard for me to put dates together.
I'm sympathetic to that. The challenge is, of course, we're here on a very important case, and your testimony is very important to that case. You'd agree, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so it's important that you be able to tell the judge as many details as possible.
Well, we're speaking of what,
it's important that you get all the details right, isn't it?
What kind of question is that? Yes.
Okay, yes. And so one of the details is, when did they start living with you? Can you tell us that?
I do not remember the exact date, sir.
Okay, but can you even tell us if it was a matter of weeks or months?
I just said it was weeks.
Okay, you believe it was just weeks that they lived with you. Isn't it? And they came and they brought a bunch of stuff over, right?
They brought a book bag.
Okay, they brought some clothing.
They brought a book bag.
A book bag. What was in that book bag?
I don't know. I didn't go through it.
Okay. Well, I think before, when you testified, you said you put a bunch of their stuff out on the front lawn for the trash. What did you put out there?
Clothes that my wife had given them.
Okay, clothes. Did they bring any clothes over?
It was stuff that my wife had given them.
Okay, they didn't bring over, for example, the red shirt that you're wearing right now. That didn't originally belong to Wilson, and you kept it?
No, it did not.
Oh my goodness.
Pretty sure the shirt's black, not red.
Red. But it says Cincinnati Reds on it?
Oh, yeah. It does say Reds. I thought you said it was a black.
And that shirt actually belonged to Wilson, didn't it?
No, it did not.
Okay, and that was what else did you keep of his when you threw
I never
the trash
kept
out?
anything that belonged to him. I threw all his crap and her crap out in the front yard. All that crap I threw away was baby stuff that originally belonged to my wife because we had a child, and that stuff we had given to them trying to be nice. We allowed them to come and live with us, trying to be nice because they was homeless. And yeah, they took advantage of us, and they, not only that, they stabbed me in my head after I tried to help them. So,
okay, well, the stabbing, that was after you put the baby stuff out on the front lawn, right? That was the front, for the trash. Where'd you put it out? Let's get this.
I don't remember.
I want to get this chronology straight. You had a bunch of their baby stuff, right? Mm-hmm. It was stuff that you said your wife had given to them to help their baby, right?
Right.
So that means it belonged to them at that point, right? You give something
however
to someone
you want to look at it, sure.
them, right? What?
That's the way you want to look at it. I don't know.
Well, is it the way you look at it? If you give someone a gift,
okay,
do you?
Time out. We're going to have to take a time out here.
We need a little break.
It's important for you to wait till he finishes the question, and then it's important to give him a chance to answer so she can take down the proper question and response. Okay, ask the question again.
You and your wife gave Tia and Wilson some baby clothes, right?
Good morning, everybody. Hope you're doing great.
That would mean it was then Tia and Wilson's baby clothes.
I suppose, yeah.
Wife steps out.
You took those baby clothes that belonged to Tia and Wilson and you put them out in the trash, right?
After they had left it in my home, they didn't come back and get it. I threw it away. It was in my possession. I threw it away.
How long had it been left in your home?
A couple of weeks.
So
weeks had went by since, and they never come to collect their things, and they never even asked about the dog until about a week before they did what they did.
So now I'm very confused about the timeline, because before you said that they had been living off and on at your house for a couple of weeks.
Say that again?
Just like
on and off, yeah.
Okay, but now you said that they hadn't even been there for a couple of weeks, and that's why you threw their baby clothes out.
This was after the fact.
So did you throw the baby clothes out before or after you were stabbed?
After the fact. After I was stabbed, after everything, I threw their crap out.
Okay, so their stuff was in your house before you were stabbed. Their baby clothes, right?
The only thing when they came in my house to stab me, the only thing that was left there was the dog that they had abandoned.
Okay, so what happened to the baby clothes?
I threw the shit away. How many times do I need to tell you that? I'm sorry, Your Honor. He asked me the same question 5 different ways.
Sir, just answer the questions.
I didn't. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
I'm trying to get the timeline right. Did you throw the baby stuff out before or after you were stabbed?
I don't remember.
So that's an important fact you don't remember. You can't tell the judge if it was before or after.
I threw the baby stuff out before or after I was stabbed?
Yeah.
Let me think. Hold on. I threw some of it out before I was stabbed, and after I was stabbed, I finished cleaning the room up. I don't know if there was anything, whatever. Yeah, there was some crap left in there. I'm sure there was. Most of it was trash because they don't clean up after themselves.
So, how long before, on the day you were stabbed, when was the last time that they had stayed with you? Before that?
On the day I was stabbed, when was the last time they stayed with me?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
And how long before the day you were stabbed had you thrown some of their stuff out?
I don't remember.
But you kept the dog, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so when they came back to the house, is it your understanding they were coming back to get some of their baby stuff and the dog?
When they came, they didn't. Oh my God, damn. One of his family members, I don't know who the woman was, knocked on the door first. Asked for their crap. I told her their crap was thrown away, that there was none of it left. It all went to the dump.
Okay, so let me get this straight. So on the day you were stabbed, the first thing that happens is someone comes to the house and asks for Tia and Wilson's stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Crap.
Who was that person?
I don't know.
What did that person say to you?
She asked me where Tia's baby stuff was and the dog. I told her that the dog, everything had been transferred into Caitlin's name. The dog no longer belongs to them. And as far as their stuff goes, it was all thrown away.
Okay. So now it's your testimony that you threw all their stuff away before this woman came to the door asking for their stuff.
Is that not what I said a minute ago?
No, I think before you said you threw some of it out after you were stabbed.
I threw some away beforehand. I threw some away after.
So when this woman comes to the door, was any of their stuff in the house?
No.
Because you had thrown it all away?
Correct.
Even though you just told me 10 seconds ago you threw it out after, too.
Dude, they had more than one item. I mean, what do you...
Okay, were there any of their... It's a simple question. This woman comes
I threw some of their shit away on one day. A few days later, I threw some more of their shit away. And then a couple days later, if I seen something else that I didn't like that maybe belonged to them or was a piece of trash they left, I threw that away.
I'm just trying to get a simple answer here.
I've given you simple answers.
When this woman comes to your house and asks for Tia and Wilson's stuff, is there any of their stuff left?
Judge, here, that's
it's asked and answered 10 times.
What's the answer?
Sure, I'm objecting.
I'm not answering it again.
Judge, I would object. He did answer that specifically just a moment ago.
It's hard to sort it out, though, because it seems to change quite often. So he's entitled to leeway. He's losing his patience because he's asking, but he is saying different, he's giving different testimony.
Judge, I'll say this. I understand your point, and certainly the timing of when things were thrown away has been, a little bit back and forth. But the specific question about whether there was any property in the house at the time of the stabbing, he answered that question no specifically just a moment ago.
Yeah.
And he asked it again. So that's why I didn't object to the other questions because of what you're saying. But that particular question is why I'm objecting.
I don't know if it even means anything.
I agree with you, Judge.
But he has said he threw things away before, he threw things away after. I think Mr. Engel's trying to establish that they were there in a place where they had lived to pick up the remainder of their items. Mm-hmm. So I'm giving him some leeway. I think we beat it to death, but I could be wrong.
Let's talk about the dog. You said the dog was transferred. How did that happen?
My wife called the shelter where it was from, and we talked to the person that runs the shelter, and they had everything transferred.
Okay, did Tia or Wilson ever agree to transfer the dog?
Tia and Wilson had abandoned the dog, so that's the shelter had...
You say abandoned. Again, how long had it been since they've been there?
Weeks.
Okay. And so your view is if you just call up the shelter and say, hey, transfer the dog, that's all that needs to happen then, right?
We called the shelter. We told them they abandoned the dog. The dog had been there for weeks. They transferred the dog into Caitlin's name. That's it. That's all that happened.
Okay. Do you have any paperwork for that?
I can get it.
Do you have any with you today?
Didn't know I would need it.
What?
Didn't know I would need it.
Okay. It's a yes or no question.
I didn't know I would need it. But I do have paperwork.
So we're at the point, this person comes to the house and asks for their stuff, and what exactly do you say to the person who came to the house?
I told her that I threw the stuff away.
Okay, and what happened, and what did they say in response?
They started screaming and cussing and walked off, and I shut the window back.
Okay, so they just came to a window, a back door?
They came to the front door, and I went upstairs, and I opened the window up, and I looked down over top her head to talk to her.
Okay, and so so the next thing that happens is Tia and Wilson come to the house?
About 25, 30 minutes later, they came through my back door, yeah.
Okay. Did they knock on the front door or anything like that?
No.
So your testimony is they just walked in the back door?
Yeah.
Okay. And where was the dog when this was happening?
The dog was running loose in the house.
Okay. And so what happened when they came into the back door?
They came into the back door. Words was exchanged. Wilson had the knife in his hand. Tia started to get in the middle of us, and right at that time is when Wilson swung and the knife caught me in my head, and then my eyes was full of blood, and that's when I started screaming for Kaylin's help, and then everything was all hectic after that. I don't remember much.
Okay, well, let me get where everyone's standing, right? So they come into the back door, right? Where are you standing in relation to them?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Where are you standing in relation to them right as they came in the back door?
As they came in the back door, I was standing, this is my door, this is my living room. I would have been standing right here.
So how close were you to them?
To the door?
Yeah.
How close was I to the door when they came through it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I was on the other side of the room almost.
Okay, so what were you doing when they came through the back door?
I was putting my shoes on.
Why were you putting your shoes on?
Because me and my wife had just decided we would get up and go to the store.
Okay, so you're putting your shoes on. Where are you putting your shoes on?
I was sitting on the edge of my bed in the living room.
And you see them come through the back door?
Yeah.
Okay, so what did you do? The first thing you did when you saw them come through the back door?
First thing I did was jumped on my feet and said, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Okay, and how did they respond?
Tia started screaming something. I don't know what the hell she was saying. Wilson started screaming about the dog, and about that time is when he swung with the knife and cut my head, and my eyes was full of blood, and yeah.
Okay, so what other what else did you say to them as you're standing there exchanging words?
Tell them to get out of my house.
Did you threaten them at all?
No, I told them to get out of my house.
What did they say?
They didn't say anything. I think one of them screamed, "Fuck you," or something, and about that time is when he cut me, and everything, all hell broke loose.
So I guess I'm trying to figure out, why did he, if they're coming to get their dog and their baby...
Because that's not what they was come to do, sir. They come to stab me. They come to attack me in my home, and that's what they done.
Okay, how do you know that?
Because that's what they did. That's how I know, because that's what they did, sir.
How do you know that they weren't coming into the house to get their stuff?
Because they would have, if they was coming to be cordial and to be nice to get their things, can I have my stuff, please? No, instead they came through my back door and stabbed me in my head, okay?
Well, someone else had come just a half hour before, you said, to try to get the stuff and was cordial and asked for it, and you didn't give it to them.
It's because there was nothing to give them, and I told you that.
Wow.
So at some point during the altercation, you get stabbed, it looks like, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's well, that's hard to see.
You got mail.
Is that better? That's better. So that's all the blood there. Now, that's because you had a wound in your head, right?
I swear I got stabbed, yeah.
Okay, you didn't have any other wounds anywhere else?
Mm-mm.
Okay, nothing on your hands?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, nothing on your arms?
I think yeah, I only had some bruises on the back of my arms, but other than that, no, I don't.
No cuts?
Just my head, I think.
So the only place, so he's swinging this knife wildly, and the only place he got you was on top of the head, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And it bled a lot because it's a head wound, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, you didn't have any, I see blood on your face, but you didn't have any cuts on your face or anything like that, right?
Right.
And now nothing about this picture tells us whether this was a defensive wound, or let me back up. You understand that Tia and Wilson say that you threatened them and they were acting in self-defense, right?
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay. Nothing in this picture helps us answer that question, right?
Well, I mean, I did get stabbed in the top of the head. It kind of looks like a defensive wound to me.
Okay, but nothing tells you whether you, if they say you swung at them first, for example, nothing in this picture tells us anything about that, right?
Say that again?
This is just what happened after the event, right?
What, yeah, that was them taking a picture of my head after the fact.
Okay. That's Exhibit 2A. The same with Exhibit 2B here, right? That's a picture that was taken after the fact, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the half-inch gash in my head.
Okay. Nothing in this picture tells us, for example, who started the fight, right?
Well, I mean, they come through my back door and stab me in the head. They started it. It's kind of...
I understand. I understand that's what you're telling us, but
the
nothing
evidence is kind of, you know, just... I guess you gotta... I don't know.
So nothing in that picture tells us anything about them coming through the back door, for example, right? This is just after the fact.
The picture, yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
In Exhibit 2D, that's your back door. That was taken after the fact too, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Who took that picture?
One of the cops.
The same with Exhibit 2E, that's after the fact too, right?
Yeah, I would assume so, yeah. Yeah, it's after the fact.
Same with Exhibit 2F, right?
Uh-huh.
Judge, the state will stipulate that all the pictures of the crime scene injuries did not occur before the crime occurred, or during the crime.
Okay.
All the pictures of the crime scene taken by the cops.
You said that's your blood, right? You're not aware of any tests that were done
after the crime.
Right? What? Was that tested? Was there ever any like DNA test done on that blood or anything like that?
It's something you'd have to ask the police department.
Okay, you don't know if it was done though, right? As you sit here today.
I do not know.
Okay. There wasn't any damage done to your door, was there?
No.
Any damage done to any other property in your house?
No.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
This is defense attorney number 1. If he's done, it goes on to defense attorney number 2.
Nothing else. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
We have 1 second, Judge.
Yes.
Mr. Etzel, you can't step down, sir.
The other defendant is in hiding. There he is. He's right there, bottom right-hand corner. His attorney and the second defendant were relegated to a... the defendants are talking to each other now. They're not supposed to be talking to each other.
Do you have any redirect?
I mean, I didn't know if Mr.
McKenna?
Judge, everything I would have asked, I've been asked about.
Okay.
Okay, no questions from the
Yes, Judge, thank you.
defense. They all pay the same when you're a public defender.
Mr. Etzel, first of all, you're asked about whether or not the blood on the ground and all the blood we saw was yours. To your knowledge now, just if you know, Did you see anyone else bleeding before or after that incident?
No.
Okay.
Selena, that's good news. Keep us informed. Thank you very much.
Sir, you were asked about threats. Did you make any threats to either one of these defendants that day?
No, sir.
Did Caitlin make any threats in your presence towards any of these individuals?
No.
When you were in the home and they came in, did you ever have a weapon?
No.
To your knowledge, did Caitlin ever have a weapon?
No.
Did you ever in any way attempt to use any force against either one of them before you were cut?
No.
Did you see Caitlin do that?
No.
Now, sir, do you recall whether or not, in addition to the injury on your head, do you recall whether or not there was an injury to your shoulder?
To my shoulder? No, I don't think so.
You don't remember whether that's true or not?
No.
Judge, can we don't need to approach as a bench trial. The pictures you've seen so far, Judge, are things I disclosed a long time ago to the defense. Also, in addition to that, there are body cams that I disclosed to the defense. And in the body cam, actually, one of the officers who's there with Mr. Etzel at the hospital mentioned seeing an injury to his shoulder. I was just asking the detective about the fact that I never received a photograph of any injury to his shoulder as he's testifying. And she actually has with her a photograph of an injury to his shoulder. So I have not disclosed the photograph. However, as I said, the body cam that's been disclosed to the defense clearly shows the exact same thing. So there would not be any surprise about the fact that there was an injury to his shoulder. So I think the defense is going to object, but at this point I would like to it would be State's Exhibit 2I.
No, you just established that he would be surprised if there was an injury to the shoulder.
No, I'm saying that defense counsel would not be. This is not some surprise to them that this would exist.
Didn't disclose it.
It's on body cam.
But he just denied having an injury to.
He said he didn't know whether. I thought he said he didn't remember whether.
No. Okay.
I'm sorry. I thought he said he didn't remember.
All right. Any objection?
I do object, Your Honor, to a photograph that wasn't disclosed in discovery. I mean, our clients, two problems. One, my cross-examination might have been different if I had known about a photograph like this.
You can get another round.
Actually, three things. Two, I think, as Your Honor noted, he did already say he could testify about injuries. He testified he didn't remember there's an injury. I think they're stuck with that. Third is, if we're going to relax the disclosure rule, our clients brought in some additional exhibits this morning that we didn't think we could use because they weren't disclosed. But if we're going to all of a sudden open up the door to exhibits that people were bringing in the morning at trial, I think there's an old legal doctrine called sauce for the goose, sauce for the gander that would apply.
Okay, I'm not going to permit the photo, but I will permit the body cam footage that shows the same thing. There are rules that we have to follow.
You want to go through all the body cam, or are you just going to do this? I don't care. I'll just take half an hour to get body cam.
Just show the part of the body cam.
Well, I don't have to go through it again. I mean, we'll have to take a break. I don't care. That's fine.
We have to take
None
a
of
break.
this came up on direct.
What's that, Judge?
None of this came up on direct.
Well, I asked him about his injuries on direct, and there was more questioning about that on cross-examination, about were there any defensive wounds, were there any other wounds,
He's right.
Which is what got me thinking about having watched the body cam and seeing that discussion and realizing, I mean, I knew I didn't have the photograph, but the additional questions on cross-examination about that caused me to ask the detective about the photograph. But, Judge, for whatever reason, and part of this is Middletown, I think you know, part of the reason why this case got annihilated and re-indicted, Middletown had their entire system hacked and they couldn't access information for a long time. So a lot of the information is coming slowly over time. For example, the 911 call I just got just a few days ago because of that. So that's part of the issue here is over time they didn't have everything to give to me because of that. But that's what brought that issue up.
They got hacked.
I would just suggest, Your Honor, I mean, he could testify about his own injuries. That's the best evidence. And we should just let him do that and move on. I mean, especially, I think if you're now going to show a body cam, if he said, I don't have, or I don't remember injuries, he's now impeaching his own. I mean, he could show the body cam maybe for refreshing his recollection, but he's impeaching his own witness. I mean,
I'm sorry to interrupt you. He's rehabilitating him.
Yeah, that's different. 'Cause he doesn't remember.
So the ruling is the same.
Right.
He can ask him, he can show him the body cam. If that refreshes his recollection, then you'll have a chance to cross-examine. It's borderline whether or not it's admissible simply because he's starting his case again after you've cross-examined. But I'm going to go ahead and permit it.
If I may, I may have, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the Solomon-like solution maybe, which is, I think he could use the photograph to refresh his recollection without admitting it into evidence. And I think he'd probably be okay with that. If his testimony changes as a result of refreshing his recollection with the photograph, we're okay with that.
Okay, that's fine.
And Judge, also I would just say, I mean, if I show a body cam to a police officer who's a different witness, that wouldn't affect his cross-examination. It's evidence they've had for a long time.
Okay.
But show you this. Just take a look at it. So you've had a chance to see another photograph, is that right?
Yeah.
Was that a photograph of you?
Yeah.
And does that help you remember whether or not you had an injury on your shoulder?
I remember the bruise being there, but as far as any pain, I wasn't in no pain in my shoulder. That's why I didn't recall it the first time, I guess.
Didn't hurt.
Okay. So, sir, you were talking earlier about, I was asking questions about actions that you and Caitlin did or did not take against these two when they entered your apartment. Was there ever anything that you did in any way to provoke Mr. Rivera to then use this knife against you?
No. As soon as I seen them, I asked them to leave. I told them to get out of my house.
And to your knowledge, from what you saw, did Caitlin, your wife, did she do anything that was provocative or would have provoked him to injure you in that way?
No.
Okay. All right, Judge, I have no further questions.
Okay, recross. Mr. Engel?
Nothing.
Mr. McKenna?
Nothing, Judge, thank you.
Okay, sir, you can step down. Next witness.
Statement called Caitlin Hall, Your Honor.
All right. She's allowed to stay in the courtroom because she was also a victim. Victims get to override the separation of witnesses rule.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
Hey, man, you're fine.
Sorry.
You're fine. Now, you got a kind of a soft voice, so make sure you keep your voice up for us, okay?
Okay.
All right, tell us what your name is, please.
Caitlin Hall.
All right, how do you spell your first name?
K-A-T-E-L-Y-N.
And do you know Jesse Etzel, the man that just testified?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
He's my husband.
And were you married on August the 1st of 2025?
Yes.
And in the months beforehand?
Yes.
Now,
can you spell your last name?
Hall. H-A-L-L.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine, Jess, thanks. So on August the 1st, and let's say the 3 or 4 months before August the 1st, where were you living at 2025?
At 6880 Brandywine. Moved there. We'd only been there for like a few months or whatever.
Okay, but were you living at that Brandywine address prior to the time that Tia and Wilson came to live with you?
No. First, we had a different apartment when I first met them because I lived a little bit closer to Raleigh's actually. So I moved into a Section 8 home after that, but when I first met them and everything, we just talked at work and stuff. And from there, I heard Tia on the phone one day, and she was crying, and I asked her what was wrong. I got into it because she was pregnant, and it was just, I wanted to know. She said that she had been sleeping outside, and that her mom would not let her inside the home, and that Wilson as well was sleeping outside with her, and they were sleeping outside on a park with it raining and on a slide or whatever. So I felt bad, and I instantly called my husband. I said, look, there's this pregnant girl. She's sleeping outside in the rain. Can we please help her? He had no problem with that instantly. They stayed there for only a couple days on my couch. They did really well there. All of a sudden one day...
Let me stop you real quick, okay? I just want to ask you as we go along. So when they came to stay with you, it was at that Brandywine address that you've given us?
No, it was the North Verity one first.
Okay. And then you moved and they came with you?
No.
Okay, tell us what happened.
So when they stayed with us on North Verity, that was just for like a few days on the couch. I woke up one day, they had disappeared and sent me a text telling me, thank you for letting me stay. You know, we figured it out. We're just going to go somewhere else. And so that was fine. I no longer heard from them because I went to work and heard that Tia didn't show up for work, so they fired her. So it went on for a couple weeks like that. And then we had moved into the Brandywine address. Lived there for a few months. We're getting our stuff together, and I got a text randomly one day from Tia, and she was in the same situation yet again, and she knew we helped her the first time and asked if we would help again, and I said, of course. I said, if you meet me at my job tonight, I will help you, and I'll take you back to my place. I'll get you guys some food because I know you're hungry, and I'll make sure that you have a place to sleep for a couple days.
Okay. So I think you mentioned this before, but when on North Verity, when they stayed with you, were there ever any problems between yourself and Jesse and Tia and Wilson?
No, at that time they were really thankful. They were really nice at that point.
Okay.
Loves pink.
And then,
thank you.
so now you're on Brandywine.
OG.
You're staying in this apartment again, and they're staying with you. How long did when you were at Brandywine and they came to stay with you? How long was that?
We had been at Brandywine for about 6 months or so, I'd say.
And then how long did they stay?
They came down, they stayed for a couple weeks. They went back and forth between my house, Wilson's house, and Tia's mom's house because they told me that Tia's mom had roaches and bed bugs in her house. They told me that Wilson's family was as well on drugs, and that there was also a possibility that Wilson's dad was the baby's father, so they didn't like to be around his dad. Understandable at that time. I thought it was weird, but I didn't judge it, and I just moved on.
What?
So in this 2 weeks, couple of weeks they were staying with you at Brandywine, they would stay with you, but then they'd also stay at a couple of other places.
Yeah,
they would rotate where they were staying.
Her mom would guilt trip her and make her come back. So she'd go back over there, her mom would start doing drugs there, having people in and out of the home, and she would have to leave because she was pregnant and didn't want it around her or the baby, which was completely understandable.
Okay. So this Brandywine address that you're talking about, that's in Middletown, Warren County, Ohio?
Yes.
And the two people you're speaking of, Wilson Rivera and Tia Spradlin, first can you tell me where's Wilson Rivera seated, and what's he wearing?
Right there next to his attorney. He's wearing a white button-up shirt and a black tie.
All right, and where's Tia and what's she wearing?
Over here next to her attorney, wearing a black little pullover shirt and a white t-shirt or whatever.
All right, Your Honor, ask her to reflect that she's identified both defendants.
Yes.
Stipulate.
They've already stipulated to this.
So these are the two individuals you're speaking of who came to stay with you over this couple-week period of time.
Yeah.
So what property, if any, did they initially bring to the Brandywine apartment, if you remember?
They brought a backpack of a few things. They didn't even have anything for the baby at the time. I couldn't even get them to go to work. They wouldn't work. They wouldn't do anything. All they wanted to do was fight about who was where with each other. They couldn't leave each other, so they couldn't work, so they didn't have no way to provide for this baby. I had so much baby stuff. My son was a year old, so I had all this baby stuff. I had a pack and play, a car seat that they actually still have the baby in right now. I had a bassinet that they were putting the baby in. I had all kinds of clothes. I had diapers for days in all kinds of sizes, from the newborn all the way to size 6. And I told them that while they were there, they could use my stuff for their baby, but it cannot leave my home because if they have roaches and bed bugs at her mom's, I don't want it transferred there and back into my home.
Okay. So you were, fair to say, you're doing what you could to help both of them.
Yes, I felt
Attorney
bad.
support.
I'd been
Thank you
pregnant
so
and
much.
homeless too, so I felt so bad, and I felt like, somebody helped me at that time. I could give back and help somebody else.
Now, at some point after this couple of weeks where they're staying with you on and off, did they just stop living with you?
It didn't just stop. What happened was Wilson asked if his sister could come over. I said yes, because she wanted to see the baby. The baby was already born at that time. She had came over, they went upstairs, they all came down, said that they were going to his mom's house. I guess from there, Tia must have got drunk at his mom's house, and they went over to her mom's house, and they started fighting with the baby.
When one of them, they say object, you have to stop for a second, okay?
Yeah, he's like,
You're
keep
objecting
talking.
because she said, I guess.
Yeah.
I can just give it the proper weight, so overruled.
Continue. Oh my
Anyways.
goodness. Here we go.
They had went to his mom's house to visit with the baby, whatever. I guess Tia ended up drinking over there. Somehow they went from there to her mom's house. I ended up getting a call from Tia. She was crying, freaking out, saying that the police were already at her mom's house, that Wilson tried to steal the baby from her, was trying to rip it out the car seat away from her. It was a big old thing. And she said that Wilson had took off, that the police let her keep the baby at her mom's house, and she asked if Wilson was at my house. I said, no, Wilson's not here. I told her that if he would come there, that I would tell him he cannot be here because she's not there either, so I don't want the mess going on at my house right now. I went down that night to Tia's to drop off baby formula, diapers, just the essentials that she would need, because I knew she wasn't planning to stay there that night, I don't think, and so I just wanted to drop off some stuff that the baby could use and he would need. And from there...
At this point, Your Honor, I think we're dealing with a story that's
narrative,
very old and has nothing to do with the events on this day, and I think there's a lot of speculation in it.
In response.
Well, I mean, I think it definitely has something to do with what happened this day, because she's talking about the time period between them ending living there and then this event occurred. But I can certainly ask a more specific question if the court would like for me to.
Most of what she said was hearsay, but she did try to explain what she was thinking, what her state of mind was at the time, which I can consider. The hearsay, I'll ignore. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. So move on.
All right. Thank you, Judge. So after the 2 weeks you talked about that they were staying on and off with you, did they stay with you again before this incident happened or not?
No, I told them they could not come back after they got into a fight with the baby and the baby was being yanked around in the front yard with her mom. Okay. I told them I can't have that at my house.
So the story you were just describing to the court was your reason why they were not permitted to come back?
Yes. The other reason is I had children in foster care at that point in time. So obviously I'm fighting like hell to get my kids back home with me. I could not have somebody that was fighting over a baby somewhere coming to my house, and if they would have gotten into a brawl over that baby would have got hurt, I'd have lost complete custody of my children.
Okay. So then I want to fast forward to August the 1st of 2025, okay? If you can remember, about how long was it between the last time you saw Wilson and Tia until August the 1st, 2025?
It had been a few weeks. Tia texted me a few days after they had left. She was crying around saying that Wilson hadn't came back yet, that her and the baby missed him. And then all of a sudden he showed up one day, I guess, back at her mom's house, and that's when they wanted to text and ask if they can come back over, because all of a sudden, they were all good again, and I was just like, I can't do this. One day you're good, one day you're not. I can't have this continuously going on. I mean, I heard her call him an effing N-word one day.
Hang on. So do me a favor. I understand that this is kind of an emotional thing, and you're talking about different events that took place, but what I need you to just listen to my question and answer what I'm asking you, okay? So the question I have is, if you remember, just the time period between the last time you saw these two and the time that this incident happened on August 1st.
It had been a few weeks.
A few weeks, okay. So August the 1st of 2025, were you home with Jesse?
Early in the morning, we were home. So I got up at 6 a.m. because I had stuff I had to go do that day. At the same time, I had seen that Tia sent a message. She had asked if she could come over. I said no. I told her that if she gave me some time when I got home, that we would figure something out, and I would, try to work something out with her to figure out whatever it was she wanted. But that I was busy that morning and I had things to do, and I didn't have time to talk right now.
Right. So after they had left and this few weeks had gone by, was there still property of theirs at your house?
There were a few little items of clothes. All the baby stuff was still there, but all that baby stuff, like I said, was mine and my son's, and something I still planned to use when he came back home.
Mm-hmm. And then what about the dog?
The dog was still there.
Okay. So tell the court, if you would, how was this dog initially obtained, and then why was it in your possession on August 1st, 2025?
So I had a giant white pit bull, and Wilson really liked my pit bull. I told him that I would not care if they got some kind of animal, but that they would have to be on strict rules with this dog. So the dog could not come and go, it couldn't be around all kinds of craziness, they'd have to clean up after it, and then the dog starts eating its own feces.
Well, wait a second. So you told them you were okay with them getting a dog, and then how was this dog obtained?
I drove them to the shelter. They picked out one dog, but they were told they could not take it. So we left. They called us back because they were wanting the Sophie first, but Sophie was possibly pregnant, so she couldn't leave the shelter at that point in time. They had to do an ultrasound. They had to make sure this dog wasn't pregnant before they just give her out, which was understandable. So we left, and it was a couple weeks later. I get a phone call. Tia's already at her mom's house at this time, and the shelter's like, hey, this dog's available for Tia. Do you know how to get a hold of her? I said, I don't have a number, but I can go tell her. And so that's what I did. I went and found her at her mom's house. I said, hey, dog's still available. Did you guys still want it? She said, yeah. I said, well, come on. I will take you to go get it. And I took her up there to go get it. It was a foster to adopt, so you couldn't actually legally adopt the dog fully until the dog was spayed. So they had to get a date to spay the dog, but they were all booked up, so until they could get a booking for the dog to be spayed, it was on a temporary foster agreement to where they could not permanently adopt right away.
Okay, so when they left your house, did they leave the dog behind?
Yes.
And was the dog still in this temporary status when they left it behind?
Yes.
Okay. So then...
That makes a little more sense.
Did you have any contact, other than what you mentioned just a moment ago, on August the 1st of 2025, during that day, before they came in your home, did you have any other contact with either Wilson or Tia?
No, I was trying to look for work. I was busy trying to prepare my life to get my stuff together. I had a case I was working on with, my CPS lady. My mind was other places than worrying about what they were doing.
Okay. So, were you home that evening around 8:30 or 9?
Yeah, we had just got home. We had left, went to his uncle's that day, and of course our car broke down. Completely broke down right in the parking lot. So we had to wait forever. We had all 4 of the dogs. We thought about just staying the night. At the time, that probably would have been our best bet. If we would have stayed the night, they wouldn't have came in like they did. Probably couldn't have. Maybe they might have been able to. Hopefully my mom wouldn't have ended up hurt, but she was there that night.
Could you stay on point? He's really asking you some pretty direct questions. I know you're giving a lot of history here. It really doesn't matter. So the question was, did they come back? Correct?
I just asked her if she was home around 8:30 or 9.
Okay, were you home around
that
8:30 or
evening?
9 that evening?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not trying to
But I
make
was
it
asleep.
difficult for you. Okay.
Okay, and Jesse was home with you?
Yep.
Okay. So then, what's the first time you became aware that the 2 defendants were inside your home?
I heard a loud banging at my door. That's what first woke me up, was the loud banging. I went and reached for Jesse. I always do that first thing. I reached for him. He wasn't there. I was like, Jesse, where are you? Someone's at the door. And he was like, it's Tia and Wilson and whoever else brought them. And I was like, what do they want? And he was like, they're just screaming. They're screaming stuff to the neighbors. Everybody's outside screaming. He was like, I told them to leave. So I went into my bathroom and I looked out my little window, and it looked like they had all 3 got back into the car, and I could see the car driving down the street, and I thought, they're gone. It's over. It's fine. We're good. So we tried to lay back down for a minute, but I realized, it's late. We just got our food stamps. So I was like, why don't we go to the store, get something to drink, get something to eat? I'm done wide awake now, so I can't go to sleep. We're getting ready and stuff, and all of a sudden I see this flickering light through my back window, and I'm like, what is that? And it looks like a flashlight, so I'm thinking it's the cops. They called the cops, which I'm like, okay, cool. So there's going to be a cop coming through my back door. There's about to be a cop at my front door. I'm just preparing, waiting. But then I hear my sliding door go whoosh, and I was like, what the fuck? And we're looking at each other, and before we get what the fuck out, because we're both saying it at the same time, you just see Tia and Wilson pop out behind my sheet. And I'm just like, what? Because I thought the cops were coming.
You saw the pictures earlier, because you were in the room, right? You saw the picture earlier. You mentioned, is the sheet that we saw in the picture that was kind of almost like a curtain for the back door?
Yeah, we turned it into a curtain because with that big window, it just brings too much sunlight in and it makes it too hot in the living room.
So before you saw Wilson and Tia enter, was that back door, was that open or closed?
It was closed.
Okay. So they enter, and what happened when they came in?
When they came in, I kind of looked at them puzzled. I didn't get anything out of my mouth. Tia kind of looked at me puzzled for a second, and Jesse screamed, what the hell? Wilson kind of jumped around going, hee hee ha ha, what you gonna do now? Whatever. Holding the knife in his hand, and when I first seen the knife, I couldn't breathe. I was like, oh God. And all of a sudden, I see Tia go in front of him, and then Wilson lunges. And when Wilson lunges, she flies forward. They're flying, him, and Jesse all fly into the bookshelf, which also hits my wall. And they busted a hole in the wall doing so. And that's when I crawled out from behind, because I was also behind them. So I just got out, and I had my phone already on me because I was planning to leave. I always carry my phone. I ran into the kitchen. I dialed 911 as fast as I can because I know someone's getting hurt.
You ran into the kitchen.
Yeah. I ran into the kitchen.
Court.
First thing I do is I dial 911 because all I can think is someone's going to get hurt in this house, and I don't know who, and I want to deal with it right away.
Okay, well, let me stop you there, okay? So when Wilson and Tia came in your house, did you have any weapons?
No.
Okay. Did Jesse have any weapons?
No.
When they came in, you mentioned, obviously, you reacted with surprise.
Yeah.
And did Jesse do the same?
Yep.
Did either you or Jesse in any way threaten either one of them when this was going on?
No. It's not the type of person I am. I've never been in any trouble. I don't threaten people. I don't fight for no reason. I just try to help and do my own thing.
Okay. So then you mentioned you saw Wilson in possession of a knife. Is that right?
Correct.
Do you remember, was it like a Foley knife or was it like a kitchen knife, or do you remember?
It looks like a pocket knife of some sort. I could only see kind of the tip of it because he was holding it like this or whatever, how you hold a knife.
Okay.
And I could see it had a pretty decent sized, tip on it going up, and so I knew instantly what it was, and I knew when he had the knife, I knew they weren't there to talk. Because, before, they were always calm and cordial, but when he had that knife in his hand, first thing I knew it wasn't a conversation.
Okay. What's the basis?
I said objection non-responsive, Your Honor. She's not answering his questions.
Okay. I think she was answering his questions there, but you work at rallies?
No, not anymore.
You did at one time.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever take orders?
Yeah, I did.
What if someone were talking as fast as you do when they're placing an order? What would you do?
I pick it up and I keep going with it. I'm a fast person, so I take in information quickly. I bring it out quickly. I'm sorry.
My point is, I know you're nervous. Everybody is, not just you. But slow down a little, please. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So you mentioned that
her husband keeps moving
Wilson
over in chairs,
standing with a knife, and I think you said Tia was between Wilson and Jesse.
No, at that point she was like beside, but then I think she knew what Wilson was going to do before Wilson really knew what he was about to do, and she kind of moved in trying to stop him, but it didn't work out for her.
Okay. So then did you actually see when Jesse was cut?
I did not, because I was in the kitchen dialing 911. I was trying to talk to them, and I heard him start screaming so loud, and I turned around instantly to look at him, and all I seen was him covered in blood everywhere, and he's screaming nonstop. And the only thing I can do is I'm reaching around. Everything is dark in my house, so I'm reaching around looking for something to try and help, and all I can find is this glass coffee pot, so I threw it. Just trying to cause a distraction, trying to do anything to keep him from getting hurt any more than what he already was. Because I seen his head was bleeding, but I didn't know if he was bleeding anywhere else I couldn't see.
So when you turn around, you see Jesse's bleeding, you're on the phone to the police, right?
Yep.
What were Tia and Wilson doing during that period of time?
I think Tia realized actually that I was on the phone with 911, and she looked at Wilson and goes, "Come on, she's calling the cops. It's time to run now." And they started going out the back door or something. I think somehow I ended up out back with them. From there, all I remember is we all hit the ground. Me and Tia hit the ground for some reason. And then I remember feeling this pressure in my rib cage. And it took me a minute to realize he was nonstop kicking me in my ribs. So all I could think
When you say he, who is kicking you in the ribs?
Wilson.
And where was Tia while you were being kicked in the ribs?
She was on top of me, hitting me in the back of the head, which caused me to go ahead and put myself in a fetal position. So all I could think to do is cover your head, cover your face. So I covered my head and my face as much as I could. I let him continue to kick me in the ribs because I couldn't get my arms into my ribs. I wanted to cover my face because I was like, if he goes for my face with his foot, it's over.
Okay. So, and at this point, you've gone from inside the residence to that little area just outside where the patio is?
Yeah.
All right. And you heard the 911 call earlier that was played.
Mm-hmm.
The female voice on that call, was that you?
Yeah.
All right. And the male voice, was that Jesse?
Yeah.
And when you're outside and this is happening, do you remember where your phone was? Because you weren't talking to the police anymore, right?
No, my phone was, it took me forever to find it. Actually, I thought they had stolen it. But it was outside laying in the yard, pretty far from where I was being kicked. So I guess it must have flew out of my hand and went flying from there.
Okay. Which is why you can hear on the 911 call the things happening outside.
Yeah.
Okay. So when they ultimately left, did they take anything with them that had been inside the house?
No. They seen that the dog was running around in a circle in the backyard. She was going crazy. She was very stressed out. She didn't understand what was going on. Tia ran, picked up the dog, and then I heard Wilson yelling, "Hey, hey," to somebody, and then I seen lights pull up. They jumped into a car, and they booked it off.
Okay, so they took the dog with them?
Yeah.
All right. And what, if any, injuries did you have as a result of what took place?
At the time, I didn't really know that I was hurt like I was. I had adrenaline rushing through my body so much that I didn't feel anything. So I told them, since they only brought one ambulance, just take him. He was hurt the worst, but I will deal with it. I told the cops like how he kicked me and stuff. I didn't feel it really until that next morning, and that's when I couldn't get up, I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe. Like, it felt like I was dying inside from how bad he kicked me, and it still hurts. I'm not going to tell you where I work, but I'm going to tell you I wear an apron where I work. When I have to button that thing around my waist, it goes in between my ribs now, and it aches me to the point I can't breathe, it hurts, and I can't take it off. So I'm stuck there constantly in pain still every day.
Okay. So let me show you up here on the screen a photograph that's been marked as State's Exhibit 2C. If you would tell the court what 2C shows.
That's my back.
Okay. And it doesn't show up as well on this, but let me show you.
Not an X-ray.
The redness that we see in that picture, what's that from?
I mean, the bigger red part right here, this is obviously some blood. Some of this redness is probably from where he kicked me. It looks a little bit bruised right here, so that's probably the bruising that he did to my ribs.
Okay, so all the injuries we see in this picture are the result of the defendant, Mr. Rivera, kicking you.
Yeah, kicking nonstop. I thought he was going to kill me out there.
And then you mentioned that Ms. Spradlin also was hitting you, is that right?
Yeah, she's hitting me in the back of my head, so I had like tons of little knots in the back of my head, which, it's nothing compared to what he did to my ribs.
But when she was hitting your head, did you also experience pain as she was hitting you?
Yeah, I knew she was hitting me, but I kind of blinded that out from the fact that I mainly felt the pain when him nonstop kicking me in the ribs. He's nonstop kicking. She's nonstop punching the back of my head, and it just won't stop. And he's out there yelling, stop, stop, you're gonna kill her. And all I'm thinking is, I'm going to literally die out here. This is how I'm gonna die, with him kicking me to the point that my insides just bleed out.
So how is it that this ended?
Ended because he was screaming and begging him to get off of me, and I guess Wilson must have realized, I'm down, I can't get up, I can't move. And he finally stopped and ran.
Okay, so the two of them ran away and took the dog.
Yep.
So when the police arrived, were you still present?
Yep.
And was your husband still present?
Yeah, I had to go back out to the neighbors and have them call 911 again.
Okay. But the question is when the police arrived and the ambulance arrived, you and your husband actually stayed around to speak to the police.
Yep.
Did the defendant, Mr. Rivera, or the defendant, Ms. Spradlin, did they stick around to tell their story to the police?
No, they ran as fast as they could run.
And to your knowledge, did you find that knife in your house? Was that knife ever recovered that he had?
No, we looked outside, we looked in the house. I wanted to find it because I wanted to give it to the cops so they could get the fingerprints off of it.
Okay. But it was never found?
I never found it.
All right. And everything you've testified to happened at that Brandywine address in Warren County, Ohio?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have, Judge.
All right, thank you. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge.
Buckle up. Here we go. The other guy gets to go first.
Good morning, Ms. Hall. You indicated you're married to Jesse Eitzel, is that correct?
Etzel.
Etzel?
Yes.
Okay, are you legally married?
Not legally, no. We've been together a pretty long time, so it's...
Just refer
now it's pretty much marriage. I mean, we have kids together. That's is what it is.
And you indicated your children were in foster care, correct?
Yeah, they were.
Okay, and how many dogs did you have in that apartment?
She's counting.
I had 4 because I had just gotten a husky as well because my pit bull actually passed away.
All right. And then at some time, you invited the co-defendants today that you identified to live with you, is that correct?
Basically, if you want to call it that.
Okay. And they came at your invitation. They didn't just show up, right?
Yeah, they came at my invitation.
Okay, and you allowed them to live there?
Yes.
Correct? And you gave them some baby clothes, correct?
Yes.
All right. And at some point, they ended up not coming back to stay with you, correct?
Yep.
Were you arguing when that occurred?
They were arguing because they were mad I wasn't going to let them come back. I mean, I had nothing to argue with. I had the house.
Okay, now why is it that you simply would not give them back their baby clothes?
They were my baby clothes. They were going to be used again when my son came out of foster care, which they knew. They were being allowed to borrow the baby clothes. I gave them chances to go get their own stuff. I showed them places they could get diapers, free clothes, everything. They refused to go.
Do you have, did you watch them 24/7?
I mean, if they were there, then yeah, pretty much.
Okay, but you have no idea if they went and got their own baby clothes, do you?
No, they never did. They just used mine. Actually, the day that she gave birth, she asked me, she said, I wish I had some money to go buy the baby an outfit with so we could take his first pictures. I gave her $20. Said, here you go, get him his first outfit, because I know how special of a moment that is.
You were present in the courtroom when Mr. Eitzel testified, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and you heard him testify that he threw the clothes away?
Yeah, he did.
So he threw your clothes away?
Yep. My son has outgrew all the newborn stuff anyway, and after a while, when your kids are in foster care, it's like mourning a child that's still alive, so I was like, go ahead, throw it all out. I'm tired of looking at it. If he gets to come home, we'll buy him all brand new stuff just like he deserves.
The night that this incident occurred, you heard your husband or paramour testify that a grown woman first came to the door, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that that was my client's mother?
No, I was not, because I've never actually seen his mom before.
And did you hear that conversation?
No.
At some point, these two today came to your house, correct, that night? And didn't, in fact, you tell them to go around the back?
No.
Didn't they knock on the door? Wasn't it correct that they knocked on the door and you looked out the window and said, go around the back?
No.
You're denying that.
Yes, I'm denying that.
Do you recall hearing the 911 tape played?
Yeah.
And do you recall when your paramour said, stab him, stab him?
Yeah.
When you went into the kitchen, didn't you go in there to get a weapon or a knife to stab him?
I couldn't see anything. It was dark. All I could do was feel around. I found a coffee pot and I threw it. That was my best weapon.
Pay attention to his question.
I am.
Listen to it, then again. Ask the question again.
When he said, stab him, did you go into the kitchen to get a knife or a weapon?
No, I was already in the kitchen on the phone with 911, so I felt around and all I found was the coffee pot and I threw it.
You threw a coffee pot.
Yeah, I threw a coffee pot.
All right. And at any point, did you get involved in the altercation with the two co-defendants?
I mean, apparently, because I was getting kicked and beat the crap out of outside.
Did you go to the hospital?
No, I didn't. Only one ambulance showed up because somebody called them and told them not to come to our house.
Did you ever receive any medical treatment?
No, I did not.
1 second, please.
Somebody called off the cops?
Nothing further, Judge.
Cross-examination.
No, my colleague did a great job.
Okay.
Yes, he did.
Any redirect?
Just a couple questions, Judge. Ma'am, did you or Jesse ever, in your presence, invite them into that home? That night on August the 1st, 2025, when the incident that you described took place, did you invite them in?
No.
Okay. So when they came in without your permission.
Yes.
And this, you described this apartment, at the time that this happened, that was the permanent residence for yourself and Mr. Etzel?
Yes.
No further questions, Judge.
Any follow-up questions?
No, sir.
No.
Okay. You can step down. Next witness, please.
I have just a moment, Judge, please.
Yes. Yeah. Why don't we just take a break?
Sure.
How long? We'll just take a break. How about you all go out in the foyer at the same time in the lobby and don't fight. Don't fight, people. Wow. We weren't expecting this this case to be quite so spicy, but it is. I feel for the court reporter, the court recorder, who was trying to keep track of everything that is said. Some parts will make you want to cry. Some parts will make you want to laugh. We need a Paramore country song right now. What? We're in Ohio. Do they have? Isn't there a law, like a common law in Ohio? Do you become common law, husband and wife, after a certain amount of time? The prosecutor and the lead detective have a little bit of a laugh there. You're like, you wouldn't believe this. What a Monday. I was not looking forward to this, thinking it was going to be boring. It's not boring, I can tell you that. Common law Paramore. Man, that house, I was saying beforehand that it was a little bit crowded. When, you know, a 4-bedroom house with 2 people, that's big. That's big. Bring 4 dogs into it, and it gets smaller. Add a mother-in-law, it's even smaller. And then, I don't know how the kids think. That sounds terribly sad. I hope that gets sorted out with, the kids' best interests at play, and hopefully, the parents are involved with them doing the best for the kids. That's my goal there. But inviting another couple in that's troubled, that's admirable. And then helping them bring another dog. Now the house is it's turning into a full-on circus. Full-on circus. It got crazy. They voted that down on 2004-ish. No common law in Ohio. Okay. So they can't file taxes jointly. Married Lou, member for 36 months. I got a new courthouse. Thank you for having me for 36 months. Best community. Thank you, Mendy Lou. I called you Mary Lou. Mendy Lou, thank you very much. 36 months. You are, in fact, an OG. Wouldn't be the same without you here. Congratulations. That's awesome. It's a long wait for that one. You turned red. Wilson's dad being the baby daddy. Grandpa daddy. That's a twist I was not expecting. Didn't like to go over to dad's house because he might be the dad. Wow. Allegedly. Marriage affects the Section 8 availability of housing. Common law recognizes common law from other states if you move to Ohio. So they treat it like a marriage if you moved from a state that treated you like you were married. I just can't get over the fact that both victims and both defendants are out in the lobby right now. And I guess the bailiffs are out there too. But, man, it sounds like things are not amicable between them currently. Ohio has a grandfather clause. You have to be cohabitating before 10/10 of 91 to be married. Oh, that's when they got rid of it. Okay. Shelley Small, I adopted 2 of my foster girls and gave them, I hope, a better life than they would have had before. Shelley, that is awesome. That is incredible. You always worry for kids in a situation where it's not ideal. Oftentimes, even a not ideal situation, I would still argue for the parents, but when it's harmful for the kids, it needs to go. I mean, I've been in a situation where I was not earning enough money to provide for my family. That sucks. That's not a situation I think kids need to be pulled from. But where kids are being harmed, that's a different situation entirely. So, let's see. This trial has been far from boring so far. Neither was the tree trial last week. Is the lady in the gallery the victim advocate? Yes. Well, we've got the 2 victims right there that testified. They're back in the courthouse. The lady who was on the row in front of them is the victim advocate. We have now the prosecutor talking to the baby attorney. By baby attorney, we're talking about the attorney for the male defendant who has been relegated to the small table. There's our court recorder, I believe, or clerk, one of the 2. Hopefully the break's about over. What is that bottle? Is that a bottle of water or a bottle of Jameson? I don't know what that is. Oh, it's hand sanitizer. Never mind. I thought somebody just brought one of their long necks into court. Par for the course, I guess, today. So this is a bench trial, no jury. Can you imagine a jury asking questions, ping-ponging around the courtroom on this one, saying, give us the tea? I mean, big thunderstorms where I am right now. Man, stay safe. There have been some crazy storms. Jameson bottle is green. Yeah, I don't know my bottles, clearly. Would that be... So vodka would be clear? Is that the... I think that's Perel is what it is. I'm curious, in my grandmother's time, it was absolutely normal to have 10 to 12 kids. Was that the same time in the U.S.? I am a middle child of 10. There's no true middle, but we can fight over who the better one is. To be fair, Purell is also alcohol. Not for consumption, though. I think it's the isopropyl side of things. Did I miss why pin messages show up on the bottom instead of the top now? YouTube, doing YouTube-y things. What happens is we ask them to fix the notifications so we would know when somebody went live that we follow, and they gave us this instead. So thank you. Silly question, but do food pantries have dog food? Some do. There have been times when we volunteered at, I think this is through Salvation Army, to help distribute food. And I think I remember vividly that we had some dog food that was donated we were able to give out. Let's see. There are many things people have complained about, but they choose to fix something that nobody was complaining about. Yeah. I have concerns right now. Everybody's out just talking to each other in the foyer. Nice. Victim advocate is back on the front row. Lead detective is back. That's the lady there on the corner. Defense lawyer, baby defense lawyer is back at his little table. Here comes the lead prosecutor. Take a squirt of that hand sanitizer on the way in. It's good stuff. Let's see. There's our defendant in the white shirt. We don't see him much. And co-defendant behind him. Oh, a little hand sanitizer. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Everyone take a seat. Who's this guy? Who's this guy? Possible witness? I think this court has like another gallery on the other side, so they literally divide the gallery into two parts. I think there's some room over there. So we're looking at the back wall, sort of. Well, the back wall's up that way. And the door is on the back side, not the side. But then everyone faces sideways in the courtroom. Local animal shelter and the local food pantry stock dog and cat food. Local Tractor Supply just donated 5 pallets of food. Love Tractor Supply. There's something about the Tractor Supply store that I just like going there and shopping, but I don't think I've ever bought anything from them. I tried one time to get propane, and I couldn't even get that because they were out, apparently. But I don't think I've ever bought something at Tractor Supply, but I love shopping there.
You can be seated.
Next witness, please.
Judge, at this point, with the admission of our exhibits, the state would rest.
All right.
Okay.
We'll make a Rule 29 motion, Your Honor.
All right. Judgment for acquittal. They
okay.
Joined.
Overrule.
Denied.
Anything from the defense?
Yes. We will call, start with Debbie Byers.
Judge, if I could, I just want to just place something on record as we call witnesses. I know this court ordered the witnesses not to have any conversation about the testimony until the case was over with as a matter of separation. Both Ms. Kennard and Detective Hughes were outside in the hallway during the break, and the defendants were discussing the details of the testimony previously that had been taken during the trial with their witnesses that they're about to call. So I wanted to make sure the court was aware that that had taken place.
Defendants were speaking with the witnesses about the testimony.
Yes, sir.
Why'd you do that?
Your Honor, I think there's some dispute about what exactly was discussed or not. I think it would be fair grounds for questioning by the prosecutor, especially since we're going to a bench trial about what was done. You can take any action at that point, depending on what those answers are.
Okay, so does anyone know what was said?
Well, you've got a witness here.
Say what was represented to me was that the discussion was limited to the possible sex offense of the complaining witness, and that's what they were talking about. That he had denied that he had charges in Kentucky, and they had newspaper articles that they were pulling up on their phone and looking at.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, I'm not at all surprised that we're having to listen to this. No one knows what a rule is, much less follow it. We'll just proceed, and if there's anything that comes up that could be related to their discussion, we'll address it.
Thank you, Judge.
No one knows what a rule is, much less follow it. I told you, they're all talking to each other out there in the lobby.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated.
Okay, before anyone asks you any questions, ma'am, you're under oath. What did either of these two individuals, Mr. Rivera or Miss Spradlin, tell you out in the hallway?
I was showing them a picture of.
I'm asking you, what did they tell you about the testimony? Anything?
No.
Nothing?
No.
Okay. There's more witnesses coming?
Yes.
Okay. I just thought it might be you, since they are claiming that they were having a discussion with witnesses.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Would you please state your name and spell it?
Deborah Vyers, DEBORAH, V as in Victor, IRES.
Okay, where do you live?
906 Catalpa Drive.
Whoa.
Where's the
Middle?
There we go. Sorry.
How long have you lived there?
2 years.
Okay.
Going on 2 years.
And how do you know the two defendants sitting here today?
That's my son and his girlfriend.
Okay, so Wilson's your son?
Yes.
Tia's his girlfriend?
Yes.
And so how long have
So
you known
your
Tia?
husband might be the
A
daddy?
few years. 3, something like that, I think so.
Oh, this will be
And do they have any kids?
Yes, they have one.
How old is he?
He'll be a year old in July.
Okay, what's his name?
Braven.
And is she your
Now,
stepdaughter?
was there a time when Tia and Wilson were living with Mr. Etzel and his, we'll say wife?
Yes, sir.
Okay, when did that happen?
Before they had the baby, before the baby was born.
Okay, for about how long were they living there?
A couple months, 2 or 3 months.
When you say living there, were they living there all the time?
Yes.
Did they have clothing or belongings there?
Everything they owned.
Okay, so was Tia's clothing there?
Everything.
Okay. Did they have stuff for the baby as well?
Everything the baby had was there. Boxes of diapers. I mean, the brand new bed that hadn't even been put up yet. All kinds of stuff. Like.
Did they ever live with you at all during that time period?
They would come and stay the night, but when they were living with them, they did not. I didn't see them for over a month when they were living with them, right before the baby was born.
What about, did they have a dog?
Yes, they got a little bully, I think it was.
When did they get the dog?
After the baby was born, I think.
Okay. Were you there when they got the dog?
No.
So let me skip ahead to why we are here. There was an event that happened, I believe it was August 1st of last year?
Yes.
Okay. Were you present for some of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so how did your day start that day?
Well, I'm not sure how it started, but they needed to go get their stuff. And I took them to get their things from where they were staying at their house.
So let me back up. You said they, meaning Wilson
Tia and
and
Wilson,
Tia?
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, so had they moved out of, what we call him Jesse? Did they move out of Jesse's house?
Yeah, they were staying between my aunts and her mom's.
Okay. How long had they been staying with you?
Pretty much since the baby was born.
Okay, do you know what day the baby was born?
On the 4th.
4th of July.
No, 2nd, I'm sorry.
The 2nd of July?
Yes.
So they've been staying with you about a month?
Not me, my aunt and her mom.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they hadn't been at the place on Brandywine, is it Brandywine Avenue?
Mm-hmm.
For a little bit. But they still had some belongings there?
Everything they owned was there.
Okay. Why hadn't they, if you knew, why didn't they get it before?
Well, they were trying to get a hold of them and they wouldn't answer them. That's why I took them there that night.
Okay, so what time did you go over to the location?
I don't know, it was dark. Maybe 8-ish, 9, 28, I don't know.
Did you call before you went over?
To them?
Yeah.
No.
What
And
happened?
they tried, my son and his girlfriend tried to call before, but they weren't answering them.
Okay.
And they needed the baby stuff.
So you witnessed them calling before?
Yes.
Let me stop you. You said everything they owned
Everything they owned.
was it. And then you referred to it as baby stuff.
Yeah, everything, the baby and my son and Tia, everything they had was there.
Do you have personal knowledge of what they had there?
All their clothes, like I gave them a bunch of stuff.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, following up on the judge's question, you had given them a bunch of stuff for the baby?
Baby stuff.
Before the
clothes
baby
for
was
them,
born?
yeah.
You did this before the baby was born?
Yeah, they had so much stuff, especially for the baby. Like boxes and boxes of diapers, clothes.
And why were they keeping it at the location?
Because they lived there.
It's Brandywine, right?
Yes.
On Brandywine Avenue. So they kept all their stuff there.
Yeah, that's where they were living.
So when you went over there, who drove?
I did.
What kind of car do you have?
I don't have a car. I was driving my aunt's car.
Okay, what kind of car is that?
It's a gray Ford Escape, I believe.
Was Tia with you?
Yes.
Wilson was with you?
Yes.
What happened when you got there?
So when we got there, I knocked on the door. Jesse came to the window above, freaking out. All I asked for was the baby stuff. And he immediately started freaking out, spit on me.
Okay, well,
That's when I called 911.
let me pause you a little bit. So you walk up to the front door.
Yep.
Not the back door?
I knocked on the front door.
Okay, you knocked on the front door.
He comes to the
What's
window
the
above.
very next thing that happened?
The window above me opens up, and he freaks out, he spit on me.
Well, you say he freaked out. Did he say anything?
Yeah,
to
he
you?
started cussing, and you're not getting that, you know.
Do you remember exactly what he said?
That they're not getting anything, that it got thrown in the trash.
He
What
wants
did
you
you
to say the bad words.
I said, I'm calling the police.
He spit on you, you said?
Yes, sir.
How did that happen?
He opened the window and spit on me.
Did you call the police?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what happened next?
I called the police and I told them that the situation, that we needed to get their things, and if they could, send an officer to escort them to the door to get their stuff.
Did anyone show up?
No.
What happened next?
Caitlin told them that they could come in to go around back. When they went around back, I stood at the front door. I heard screaming. I called 911 again.
So let me back up. How long did you wait there for the police to come?
Good hour almost.
Okay.
At least 45 minutes.
Okay. And then you said Caitlin talked to somebody?
Yes. She told them they could come in back door and get their stuff.
Was that on the phone or in person? How'd that happen?
In person.
Okay. So she came out of the house?
Nope, the window.
The same window that Jesse had been yelling at?
Yep.
And what exactly did she say?
She told them that they could come get their stuff.
So what happened next?
I didn't go with them around back. I stayed in the front, and I heard screaming. I called 911 again. I said, they told my son and his girlfriend that they could come in and get their stuff, and I hear screaming. Could you send an officer?
What happened next?
No officer came. So, I don't know, a few minutes later, they came running around the side. We got in the vehicle, and I called 911 again. I called 3 times.
Did Tia or Wilson have anything in their hands when they left?
A dog.
They had the dog with them?
Yeah.
Did they have a knife with them at all?
No.
Did you notice any blood on their clothing or anything like that?
Nope.
Were they able to get any of their property besides
Nothing
the dog?
but the dog.
Why did you guys leave instead of wait for the police?
I don't know. I have no idea. I wanted to get out of there, I guess.
What happened next?
We went home. Nothing happened after that until they indicted him.
Okay. And afterward, they were indicted. Did something happen around the time that they turned themselves in?
Jesse was in my yard trying to look through the windows of the neighbor, Tia's mom.
When was this?
What?
The day that they called and turned themselves in. I come home. My friend brought me home, and as I was getting out of the van, a white Cadillac comes flying up, almost hits my friend's van, makes a U-turn, goes up into the park and parks there. Well, after my friend left, this car kept circling the block, and they pulled in front of my house. I went out to the vehicle and I said, can I help you? He was like, no, I'm waiting on someone. And I said, what are you doing in front of my house? He was like, I'm waiting for someone. And then
anything he would have said would be hearsay, Judge.
I called 911 again that night.
Okay, does
of
it
a
matter to
suspicious
you that you
vehicle.
objected?
No.
Sorry, it does to me.
Sorry.
Okay. Now, back up a moment.
Does it
What
matter to
the
you?
last question was that he objected to had something to do with she was there and the people were there. I can't even remember.
Let me maybe ask a better question.
Yeah, it just got confusing. Go ahead.
Did you see Jesse on the day that Tia and Wilson turned themselves in?
Yes.
Okay. And he was the one who drove up in that car?
And he was in my yard.
Okay. What was he doing in your yard?
Trying to look through the windows.
Okay.
I heard something outside my window. I looked out. I seen Jesse. Cause the houses I could touch them. They're so close. You know what I mean? And I looked out. I seen Jesse. I come around, go out my front door. My side door. There's officers in the front, officers in the back, and he was in my yard.
But he was looking in.
Trying to look through because the windows.
Of the
they
house
line
next
up.
door or
Yes.
your house?
The house next door where they stay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I should have. I should have.
Yeah, they live right next door.
So they were living next door to you.
Yes.
So he was coming over, looking
in my yard, trying to look through the windows to see if they were in there.
So looking
Yes.
for where they live.
Yes.
What was his demeanor?
He was angry.
How could you tell he was angry?
He was the way he was talking, the way he was handling himself, his body language.
Did he appear scared of them?
No, he was taunting, actually.
When you say taunting them, what do you mean by that?
He said, I seen him in there. I was like,
It's not offered the truth of the matter, Your Honor, just as a depiction of his demeanor.
Overruled, go ahead.
Because he also, that day, he also made a false police report to Tia's mom's house, which is next door to my house.
Wait a minute, that answered his question. The question was about the taunting. What does that mean?
He caught him at the library and was trying to get him to fight.
Okay,
2 weeks later,
we got a lot of different
library. I don't
no,
understand
2 weeks
this at all.
later, he's like stalking the house, going around the block, round the block, round the block, in my yard.
Let me break this down to individual instances because the judge may have to rule on certain things. Or not.
Okay.
Okay. So we're talking about the incident in your house.
Right.
Okay, and you said he was taunting them.
Not them; they weren't there at the moment, but he was in my yard trying to look through their windows.
Okay.
We're going
Was
to
there
need
an
more
incident where he
bailiffs.
filed a false police report?
Yes, sir.
against them? When did that occur?
That evening,
Okay. What was the nature of that?
Tia's mom said that.
Objection.
Sustained.
What? Without saying what people
Okay.
said, what happened?
An officer showed up next door saying that there was a disturbance.
Sustained.
There was supposedly a disturbance.
She apparently has no knowledge of this other than what other people told her.
Yes, I do, because the officers that came back the second time.
Tell what you saw that causes you to say a false police report was filed.
There was a false police report filed. The officers that came back the second time when I called, when he was in my yard, they told me there was nothing that.
Objection.
Okay. So
Overruled. Just answer the question. They told you what?
That there was nothing, he wasn't doing anything wrong,
Okay.
but he was in my yard.
okay. And are you aware of, from your own personal knowledge, as opposed to what you've heard from other people, about an incident between Jesse and Wilson after this event on August 1st?
No. Other than him being in my yard, no.
Okay.
Oh, my goodness.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, let's see if he gets into what was said outside in the foyer. Dig a little deeper there. How did you know to show her an article?
You mentioned you were at the residence at Brandywine when this all took place.
Yes, sir.
But you were outside, right?
Yes.
You don't know what happened
No.
inside the residence. Okay. Your son, Wilson, prior to August 1st of 2025, Did you know him to carry a pocket knife?
No.
Okay. So, you've never seen him with a pocket knife?
No.
Okay. He didn't see him with a knife that night?
No.
All right. But somehow, when your son went into that apartment, the victim ended up with that big slash down his head. See that?
Mm-hmm.
But you didn't see your son with a knife, right?
Nope.
When your son and Tia went together into the apartment, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when they came out, you had contact with them.
Yes.
And you had a chance to see both of them.
Yes.
And neither one of them were injured, correct?
Tia's her nose was red, and I guess she said that he punched her.
So I'm not asking you to tell me what other people said.
Well,
This is my question.
I didn't see it, but yes,
is-
her face was red.
Okay.
Okay.
And swollen, sorry.
Ma'am, please,
Sorry.
I'm trying to be patient here.
Sorry.
He's trying to ask a question and you're interrupting him.
Sorry.
It makes it impossible for the court reporter.
I apologize.
Okay. Go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you, Judge. Your son had no injuries, right?
No.
No, he did not have injuries?
No, he did not have
Okay.
any. Not that I've seen.
Okay. But they came out with the dog?
Yes.
Did they come out with any other items?
No.
No clothes?
No.
Nothing else?
No.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that the two defendants had been living with the two victims for a period of time.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Prior to the time that your son and Tia lived with them, they were homeless, right?
They were living with her mom. They were living with her mom. They were briefly, I wouldn't say homeless because they were either my aunt's or her mom's, so.
Well, they were briefly what? You're about to say briefly what?
I wouldn't say briefly homeless because they were always had somewhere to go.
Okay. And the two victims allowed them to stay at their apartment without having to pay rent, correct?
I have no idea what the
Okay. But
rent
to your
was.
knowledge, there was no rent?
No.
Selena, thank you very much. Gifted 5 surfboard
And-
memberships.
You took them over to the apartment.
Yes.
So this didn't happen at one of their places. You took them over to the apartment, and their intention was they were going to get their property back, right?
Yes.
That's why they went over there.
Yes.
All right. You said that you didn't know why you left and didn't wait for the police. You can't explain that in any way?
Well, when she came out and, her face was swollen, I just left. And as we were leaving, I even called 911 again.
Oh, call again. You forgot that earlier, right?
No, I didn't. I said that.
Okay. But, so you're saying that you know the police are coming, she's injured, and instead of waiting and saying, police, listen, they invited us in. We did nothing wrong. We got assaulted. Instead of doing that, you all took off and left, right?
Consciousness of guilt.
You didn't go to the police the next day.
No.
Right? You didn't say, man, I called 911, no one came. I'll go down to the police department and I'll make a report about how I had permission to go in their house and they were allowed and they attacked us. You didn't do that.
No.
Your son didn't do that.
No.
Tia didn't do that.
No.
I think you said there was no contact with the police until they got indicted. Right?
Right.
So they had an opportunity at any time to make a report about this alleged permissive instance or permissive entry with an assault, and that never took place, right? In fact, when you had a chance to tell the police, you ran away, and they ran with you, right?
Yes.
Maybe in the last 10 years, have you ever been convicted of a felony offense?
Yes. Well,
What was
no,
that?
it was in 2014.
Okay.
It was the
what's
last
that?
time I was in trouble.
And what were you convicted of?
Illegal assembly of chemicals.
Legal assembly of chemicals,
Yes.
like methamphetamine?
Yes, I bought Sudafed for my cousin.
Okay.
unknowingly that it was a felony.
All right. So all you did was buy Sudafed.
Yes.
And that led you to be convicted of the felony of manufacturing methamphetamine.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And any other felonies?
When I was younger, yes.
Okay. What was that?
Possession of stolen property because it was my vehicle, and there was stolen property found in it.
So you were convicted, but
it was not my property.
Okay.
It was found between the passenger door and the passenger seat. A credit card, and the passenger did not own up to it, so I had to take the charge.
Okay. And have you ever been convicted of any other, what we call offense of moral turpitude? Offensive,
No.
like a theft-like offense. You ever been convicted of a misdemeanor theft other than what you've described?
In my 20s, yeah.
Okay. And what
From
was that?
Sears, I think it was.
Okay. So just one theft conviction previously?
No, I have like 2 or 3 felonies.
Felony thefts?
No, just the one. No, I don't have any felony theft.
Okay, listen to my question, okay? I asked you, do you have any other theft convictions other than the one you described?
No.
Go out to
Just one moment, Jeff.
the foyer,
Yes.
the lobby thing. How did you know to show them a picture of an article on
I have
your
no
phone?
further questions, Jack.
Cross-examination.
I have nothing, Your Honor.
Wait, he had cross, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Redirect.
No matter what it's called, we have nothing.
Yeah, no redirect, okay. Ma'am, you can step down. Please don't discuss your testimony. Let me finish, because this is important. Don't discuss your testimony with any person until the trial is over.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll call Lisa Hyman. Yes, Lisa, come. Don't tell her anything about what you said.
You're sending the former witness to go get the next one? I tell you, they run things a little loose down here in Ohio. Let's ask her what was...
You named 3 police officers as witnesses.
But because of the way the evidence came out, I didn't need to call the other 2.
Okay.
Here she is. Raise your right hand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
You may be seated.
Morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Would you please state and spell your name?
My name's Lisa Hyman, Lisahileman.
Okay, and if you can make sure you keep your voice up so that it's a big room, we all want to make sure we hear you. Where do you live?
904.
How long have you lived there?
3 years.
Do you know the 2 defendants who are sitting here in the courtroom?
Yes.
How do you know them?
Tia's my daughter, and he's her boyfriend.
Now, was there a time last summer when they were living on, I think it's Brandywine Street or Brandywine Avenue?
Yes.
How did that come to be?
She started living with her when she told her to come and live with her at her job. She was working with her.
How long did they live there?
They were there a couple months.
Did they have any belongings that they kept there?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And you knew this because sometimes they would come stay with you too?
Yeah.
Okay. Or with...
Come visit.
Or with the last woman who testified, who lives next door to you, I think?
Yes.
So they would come to visit sometimes?
Yes.
They would stay the night?
Yes.
What sort of belongings did they have?
All kinds of belongings. They took all her stuff, all her clothes, and all his clothes over there.
Okay. So there were, let me break it all down.
And the baby stuff.
Okay, so there was clothes for Tia?
Yes.
Okay, what sort of clothes and stuff did Tia have?
Jeans, T-shirts, her dresses, shoes. I mean, everything she owned went over there.
And she kept it over at Brandywine Avenue?
Yes.
Okay. What about Wilson? Did he have any items there?
Yes, all his clothing went there.
Okay, what sort of clothing there?
Jeans, his T-shirts, stuff, all his shoes, underwear.
Okay. Do you see any of those items of clothing in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir, I do.
What do you see?
A T-shirt that, I don't know where.
Is it Mr. Jesse back there?
Yes, the T-shirt he has on I gave to Wilson.
Okay, that was Wilson's shirt?
Yes.
Okay, and now Jesse's wearing it?
Yes.
Were there any items for the baby there?
Yes, there was a brand new crib in a box, about 16, 17 packs of diapers where Tia was buying them up when she would get her checks at work. She would go in and buy diapers for when the baby was born and clothing and all kinds of stuff. There was a lot of baby stuff because I was getting him stuff. His other grandma got him stuff. They were getting stuff. I mean, everybody was getting stuff for him. It was all over there.
Okay, all by there you meant Brandywine Avenue?
Yes.
Did they have a dog as well?
Yes, they did.
What kind of dog was it?
A bully.
Where was that dog kept?
With Tia at her house.
On
Brandywine, I'm sorry.
On Brandywine?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there was an incident that happened on August 1st. Were you there for that incident?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. Do you know if Tia and Wilson ever got their items back after that incident?
No, they didn't.
Okay. Did you ever see Mr. Wetzel, if I'm pronouncing it right, Jesse, after that incident?
Yes.
Where did you see him?
In my window.
When was that?
Just here a few weeks ago. Or when they got arrested.
Okay, the day they turned themselves
Yes.
in with the indictment.
Yes, I'm sorry.
What was he doing?
He was driving crazy down the street and almost hit a girlfriend of mine in a van and a pole, and then turned around in the park, in the yard of the park and stuff, and parking down at the other end by another friend of mine's house. But then he walked down and he was peeping in my windows, and that's when Wilson's mom caught him peeping in my windows and stuff.
Did you see him?
Afterwards, after I found out that he was peeping in my windows.
Okay, what was his demeanor like?
Very angry.
Why do you say
and mean
angry?
and nasty, just being mean.
So she didn't see
Why do you
anything
say mean in that?
He was just
until he was arrested.
talking to himself and stuff and screaming and
Slav, I thank you so much.
So let me back up on the one other question. On the night of August 1st, when this incident happened, did you see Tia and Wilson after the incident?
Yes.
Okay, and what did they look like after that incident?
They were fine. Tia had a bloody nose. She got hit twice in her face.
Did you ever see anyone with a knife?
No.
I have no other questions. Sorry. No questions.
All right. Judge, you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. So, ma'am, let me start with this. You mentioned that Tia and Wilson, or I guess Tia, had a dog.
Yes.
And what kind of dog was it?
A bully, I think.
And that dog was originally at the Brandywine address?
Yes.
Okay. And then when...
Random screenshot.
At some point, did that dog end up at your house?
Yes.
And when was that?
After they came to visit and they went to get their stuff and they wouldn't let them in. And then they told them to come in, and then I guess my daughter went to
Listen, when I ask you a question, I want you to do me a favor.
Yes.
I want you to give me information that you actually know, not what you heard from somebody else, not what you think happened.
Okay.
You tell me what, and my question was, the dog was originally at Brandywine.
Yes.
Then the dog was at your house.
Yes.
Right? And the dog was at your house after the incident took place that we're here about.
Right.
Do you have the dog now?
No, they stole it out of my yard.
I'm sorry?
They stole it out of my yard.
Who stole it out of your yard?
Jesse and Caitlin
Okay.
with my phone.
Oh,
It
they
was
stole
on
your
the
phone.
porch,
So,
yes.
so did you
My
make
phone
a,
was on the porch.
Okay, did you call the police about that?
No.
No, because I didn't have my
So
phone.
they came, took your phone, took your dog, but
I wasn't getting in on it.
just forget it. You don't care.
No, no.
Okay.
I had another phone.
Gotcha. So,
Oh my goodness.
you mentioned that these two had lived with the two victims for a period of time on Brangwyn, right? And when they're there, they were not paying rent, right?
I don't know.
Okay. But they were being allowed to stay there because of their situation, right? The victims were helping them.
I thought it was a roommate thing because they lived with them in another apartment also.
Okay. So you mentioned there was a period of time where both Wilson and Tia wanted to get their property back from Jesse and Caitlin, right?
Yes.
Okay. So did they ever make a theft report with the police that this property was being held and it's theirs and it's been stolen from them?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. But to your knowledge, no?
No.
It's a wild story. It just gets crazier by the moment.
When you said Jesse was at your house peeping and angry and yelling, did you call the police?
No, they were out there.
Okay. And was Jesse arrested?
No.
Okay. Because the police said he did nothing wrong, right?
No. They didn't say anything like that.
Bottom line is, this incident happens you've described, police come out and the police do nothing with Jesse. He's just allowed to leave, right?
Yeah. And allowed to peep in the windows. Allowed to peep in the windows.
You said you saw, after this incident, you saw Wilson and you saw Tia after this all took place, right?
Right.
You said Wilson looked fine and Tia had a bloody nose.
Yes.
And you don't know how that bloody nose happened because you weren't there.
Just what my daughter told me.
I understand. My question is, you don't know how that happened.
Well, I don't think she lied to me. No, I don't.
Okay.
But she wouldn't lie to me.
She didn't see it. Is
Right.
what you're asking.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Oh my goodness.
Now, man, within the last 10 years, have you been convicted of a felony offense?
No.
Okay. Have you ever been convicted of an offense like theft?
Yes.
Okay. How many times have you been convicted of theft?
I'm not sure.
Give me a guess.
Couple.
Okay. Couple, but you're not sure? It could be
I'm not
more?
sure.
All right. Now, you mentioned that your daughter talked about being hit in the face. To your knowledge, did she ever make a report with the police about the fact that she had been assaulted?
I'm not sure.
But to your knowledge, no? As far as you know?
As far as I know.
Okay. Just 1 second, Ben.
All right, are we ready to send the judge out to let him deliberate? Think we have another witness?
We got no further questions, Judge.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Okay, ma'am, please don't discuss your testimony with anyone until the trial is over. Thank you.
Thank you.
Should we continue, Judge?
Yes.
Your Honor, we call Mr. Rivera to the stand.
Okay, here's one of the co-defendants. He's the one who's sitting off camera. Let's get his story. I'm sure it's going to be clear, concise, straight
Raise
to the
your right
point.
hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated.
He's got a quiet voice.
Sir, I'm going to ask you a few background questions. State your name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Wilson Rivera, WILSONRIVERA.
How old are you, sir?
22.
How far did you get in school?
11th grade.
Can you read and write okay?
I'm getting better at it.
Okay. Are you able to understand everything I'm saying right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you currently employed?
Like having a job?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but right now in this situation, I wasn't working.
Prior to this incident, were you working?
Yes.
Okay. You've been sitting here the whole trial, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you currently have a child?
The bailiff's
Yes, sir.
looking through the
Who do you have
window.
a child with?
Tia Spradlin.
Tia what?
Tia Spradlin.
Okay, and how long have you been seeing each other?
How long? Going on 4 years.
Okay. And where did you live when you first started seeing her?
Eaton Avenue.
Okay, who'd you live with?
My grandpa.
All right, and you've heard the testimony, there's been various testimony about where you've lived in this trial, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm trying to focus on just the specifics of this trial. Around August of 25, where were you living?
With her mom and two.
Judge, I'm sorry, I'm having a very hard time understanding
Yeah, I
what you're
mean,
saying.
I can see that. I'm hearing him, but I'm sitting right by him. Speak up.
Try to speak up.
With her mom, but until we stayed with them.
Okay, so at the time, you two were together, correct?
Yes, sir.
Was she expecting? Meaning, was she expecting a child? Miss Tia?
Yes, sir.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
Young man, speak up. It's not that hard.
Speak up?
Yeah, speak up so the people in the back or the people over here can hear you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, please just keep your voice up. Everyone needs to hear you. Okay, you did not actually own your own home, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't rent your own apartment, correct?
No, sir.
But you were staying at other people's houses or apartments, correct?
Yes, sir.
People were trying to help you out, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you lived with Tia's mom?
Mm-hmm.
Did you live with her all the time?
Whenever I met her, I was staying with my grandpa, and then when we got in a relationship, like a relationship, yeah, I was staying with her.
Okay, and at some point you had to stay at other places, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and at some point did you ever have to stay at Miss Hall's and Mr. Eitzel's house?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how did that come about?
Well, my girl was working with her, and us and her mom wasn't getting along, you know, and I guess Caitlin said that we could stay there, and we were staying there.
Okay, so at the time...
Living with us. We're living with them.
Are you done? I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Huh?
Are you done with your answer? I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So at the time, at first you're living with Tia's mother. They got into an argument. Is that correct?
Not an argument. It was just we wasn't getting along.
Okay. But there was some issues in the house and you needed to leave.
Yes, sir.
You then is it correct that you then got invited to live at the Eitzels and the Hall's place?
Yes, sir.
Did you in fact then go there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, about when was that?
Last year. I don't know when, but last year.
Was it in June, July, August? Do you remember it all?
No.
You don't quite remember?
No, sir.
Okay.
I just know it was last year. So
Okay.
last year.
Did you stay there all the time, or did you stay there sometimes and go other places?
When we stayed there, yeah, we stayed there for a couple months, and then we come to visit her mom, my mom, and we might spend a night or two over there.
Okay.
And come back.
Where did you get your mail sent?
I didn't have mail. I didn't have mail. My baby mama had mail.
Okay.
There. She had there at the address we were staying with them.
When you were staying at the Eitzels and the Halls, I'm just gonna call it Jesse's for ease. When you were staying at Jesse's, did you bring any personal belongings with you?
Yes.
What did you bring?
My clothes, all my clothes. Caitlin and Jesse actually went to where we were staying at to go pick up all our stuff. And
They were helping you?
yeah,
Okay.
she drove us there to go pick up our stuff, our clothes.
Okay. So you brought your own clothes?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a suitcase of clothes?
Bag of clothes.
Okay.
Trash bag.
Okay.
The big trash bag of clothes.
All right.
Big trash bag, hefty.
At some point, though, you have to leave their residence, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did they put you out? Did you leave on your own? How did that happen?
We left on our own.
Why did you leave?
Because when we were at the thing to get the dog, these two young girls came up to us, and then she realized that Jesse was there, and then she said, Jesse.
Objection.
Overruled.
She said, Jesse, and then he looked at them, and then looked at us, and then he said, I'm out, and he went to the car. And that's whenever she showed us the thing that he got arrested for or whatever. And then that's whenever I went back to the car and everything was quiet. Nobody was saying nothing to anybody. So it was obvious, you know, they had something going on or something. And we just decided to leave and went to her mom's, and we stayed there for a couple of days. But Caitlin stopped by.
Let me stop you, just hold on. So you were getting a dog, correct?
Uh-huh.
You received some information about Jesse that concerns you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you decide to leave his residence?
The house?
Yes.
Yeah, we stayed a couple nights over there at her mom's, and we just decided to not be there. You know, we didn't feel comfortable being there with our kid.
Why was that?
Okay. And was the child?
It was just born, like a week or two.
When was your child born?
July 2nd.
So when all this incident we're here for today, when this went down, you had a baby.
When it went down, yeah, but we were staying there too when she was pregnant with the baby.
All right. So you
before the baby was born.
When you decide to leave, did you leave the day of buying the dog?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you bring your stuff out, or did you leave your stuff there? What happened?
We left our stuff there because we were trying to see, like, I was trying to see, like, you can't, like, I wasn't trying to, you know, I was trying to see what was the truth or not. But then when I did my research and I looked it up, and that's whenever we were staying with her mom. And
okay, did you call them to get your stuff back?
We tried to call them, and they wasn't answering.
So were you unable to get your stuff back?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and when I say stuff, it's your clothing and baby items?
Yes, sir.
Did you need those items?
Yes, sir, but the baby clothes, yes.
So you needed clothing for your baby, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you were here when your mother testified, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she testified that you heard when she testified, she took you over there to get your belongings?
Yes, sir.
Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Did you go up to the door of Jesse's residence and knock on the door?
All three of us did.
Did your mother knock on the door?
Yes, sir.
Did you see Jesse come out of a window or answer down out of a window?
He opened the window and tried to spit on my mom. I don't know if he got her, but he did spit on her.
Okay. Did you ask to go into their residence?
After we made the 911 call, my mom made the 911 call, we waited for the police, and not too long after that, Caitlin then opened the window and said, y'all can just come in and get y'all stuff through the back door.
So you go up and Jesse tries to spit on you, correct? Or your mother?
Yeah.
Some small period of time goes by, and then Caitlin says, just go around back and get your stuff.
Yes, sir.
Judge, actually, I'm going to object to what Caitlin said. That would also be hearsay.
Overruled.
Do you, in fact, go to the back door?
Yes, sir.
Who goes to the back door?
Me and my baby mama.
Don't forget to keep your voice up.
Me and my baby mama.
Okay.
Tia.
When you went there, were you going with the intent of getting in a fight?
No, sir.
Were you
I just wanted to get my stuff, our stuff.
Okay. Were you going with the intent of getting the dog?
Yes, sir.
Did someone open the door, or did you just open the door?
The door was open already.
Meaning it wasn't locked?
No, it was a slide door, so it was already halfway open.
Okay, and it's your testimony that you had been invited to go back and pick up your stuff?
She told us to come around back, yes, and get our stuff.
When you opened the door, was your stuff there?
I didn't open the door, it was open, but...
What did you observe?
They were upstairs. All our stuff, when we left, was upstairs. This happened downstairs.
Okay. Was the room lit when you went around back?
What do you mean by lit?
Was there a light bulb on, or was it dark in the room?
It was dark.
Okay. Were you able to see anything at all?
You can barely see.
Okay. Did you come into contact with anyone when you walked into the room?
Jesse and Caitlin.
Okay. What happened? Tell the court what happened.
As soon as we walked in, he came at me, basically tried to ambush. He came at me, basically tried to ambush me with the knife. I smacked the knife out his hand, and I defended myself. I didn't have no weapon though, with my hands.
So, you did not have a knife?
I didn't have a knife. I dropped him, and I don't know if he hit his head on something or whatever. I dropped him. He had his head like this. That's when he told Caitlin to stab him. And I guess she came at me with a knife, and my baby mama tried to stop her. And then I grabbed my baby mama and the dog, and we left.
Okay, so I want to make sure we're clear. You were saying you went into the house with no knife, correct?
Whoa. Yes, sir.
Did you take a step into the house?
Walked in.
Okay, and you were standing in the room. I know this is simple, but you were in the
I
room,
walked
correct?
in there, and that's when he came at me.
Okay, and did you see a knife in his hand?
He came at me with a knife.
And did
I
you?
smacked the knife out his. I seen something sharp, shiny. I smacked the knife out his hand, and I did. I hit him.
Okay.
I assaulted him.
Were you concerned that you were getting assaulted?
I knew he was gonna try to stab me.
Okay. And were you concerned about being stabbed?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It was dark.
Did you ever stab him?
No, sir.
Did you ever cut him?
No, sir.
Was that knife?
I assaulted him. That's it.
Okay. Was that knife ever in your hand?
I didn't have no knife in my hand.
How many times did you hit him? If you remember.
I hit him in his face a couple times, and then his body, his body.
Did you wrestle on the ground?
I wrestled with him a little bit.
Did you see anything that was going on with the two? Well, let me retrace that.
I was too busy dealing with him.
Okay.
So when he said stab him to her, I was too busy with him, getting into it with him. So she was coming at me, and that's when my baby mama tried to stop her and got into it with her.
All right. Did you ever get hit with a coffee pot?
No, sir.
At some point, this skirmish ended?
Oh, yes, sir.
How long did it last? A minute, 30 seconds? 5 minutes?
I'm not sure. It just happens so fast.
Okay. You ended up in the backyard?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. And then is there a fight back there? What happens in the backyard?
I wasn't basically fighting, but trying to get the dog.
Judge, I'm sorry.
Trying to get the dog.
What he's saying.
I don't know what else I can do. He speaks up for a few minutes and then
My bad.
You got to keep your voice up, okay?
I was trying to get the dog. The dog was running.
The dog was running in the backyard?
Yeah, running loose.
Did you get the dog?
Yes.
Okay.
I get the dog, and I got my baby mama, and we left.
Okay. Did you stay to talk to the police?
No, sir.
Why did you leave?
We called the police, and we waited, I think, a good amount of time. I think they should have been showed up.
The next day, did you ever make a report or anything to the police?
No, sir. I just left it alone. After that, I just left it all alone.
You just left it alone?
Yeah.
You just wanted to move on?
Yeah, I didn't. I don't like talking to cops anyways, so I just left it all alone.
All right. It was not your intent for this to be an incident in court, I guess, is what I'm saying. You're
Yes,
saying.
sir.
All right.
I did.
Did you have to get any medical treatment?
No, sir.
Did you ever at any point in the evening have physical contact with Miss Hall?
After the incident?
At any point in the evening at their residence, did you punch her or kick her?
No.
Did you run past her, brush into her, anything?
No, sir. I just got my baby mama and the dog, and we left.
Okay. Nothing further, thank you.
Any cross-exam?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, we'll have cross-exam, please.
So, Mr. Rivera, we agree this incident took place at the residence of the victims, of Jesse Etzel and Caitlin Hall.
Yes, sir.
Right? Initially, you say you went over there with the intention of trying to obtain your property.
Yes, sir.
You called the police, right?
My mom called the police.
Okay. Your mom called the police.
Yes, sir.
Someone with you called the police.
Yes, sir.
And what was the purpose of that call?
To try to get our stuff. We basically wanted an officer there because they wouldn't let us in to try to get our stuff and our dog.
Okay. So They wouldn't let you in, so you called the police.
Yes, sir.
And you're saying the police never came.
We waited a good 45, 35 minutes. I think it would have been reasonable for them to have already showed up, but they didn't.
Do you have any evidence of that 911 call, ever took place?
When it took place?
Do you have any evidence? Did you get a copy of the recording? Did you go get a report, anything like that?
No, sir. My mom, I thought she did, but I'm not sure. Can't speak for her.
Okay. So if I tell you, as I sit here right now, no one's ever provided me one piece of evidence to say that call ever occurred, would you agree with that?
I'm not sure.
Okay. So anyway, you claim you called 911, you waited, but they wouldn't let you in initially, right?
Yeah, we waited, and we waited too long. We waited a little long time, and then not too long after that, that's when Caitlin came to the window and she said we could come in, just go around the back.
Okay.
I thought it was sus, but
so
we wanted her.
You had your mom there with you.
Yes, sir.
And you had Miss Spradlin there with you.
Yes, sir.
Right? And you've described having a pretty good amount of property.
Yes, sir.
Right?
All
You've
of
got
us.
Hang on. You've got a big bag of clothes.
Mm-hmm.
You've got baby clothes.
Yes, sir.
You've got a dog.
Yes, sir.
You need a couple people to move that stuff, right?
Yes, sir.
So what you're telling the court is, your story is, the victim yelled out the window and said, you guys can come in and get the property, but instead of your mom coming in to help you carry it, your mom stayed, let me finish, your mom stayed out front and didn't come in, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you and Miss Spradlin go to the back door, leave your mom out front. Was she in the car or out of the car?
She was outside the car when we went around.
Okay. But she stayed at the vehicle?
I don't know if it was at the vehicle, but by their driveway.
Okay. And then you acknowledge you and Tia entered their home.
Yes, sir.
Right? You said the door was halfway open. Did you have to move it at all to get in, or you just went in?
We went in.
Okay.
It was halfway open.
Okay. And when you got there to the door, they weren't like outside on the patio. You didn't see them yet.
No, sir.
All right. Now, backing up just a little bit before we get to what actually happened, you and Tia were allowed to stay at this residence rent-free by Caitlin and Jesse, right?
Yes, sir.
They were helping you.
Yes, sir.
Caitlin said that she was allowing Tia to use, well, your baby, to use some of her things, like...
Yes, sir, she did. She gave us a little car seat we could use. She gave us a couple outfits.
Okay, so she was helping in that way?
Yes, sir. But she also took us to places to get our own stuff, too. Plus, my family member and her mom was buying our baby stuff, too.
All I'm trying to ask you, sir, is you would agree with me that Jesse and Caitlin were helping you out of the goodness of their heart, right?
Yes, sir.
Living there rent-free, providing you with property. Did they give you food?
Well, we went to the places and got our food all together.
Okay. But did they help you with that as well?
Yeah, with the rides. Or we'll take the city bus, me and her, and we'll do it.
Okay. So before August 1st, 2025, they had done quite a bit to help you and Tia and your baby.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then you said that you decided to stop living there on your own. They didn't make you leave or anything,
no,
right?
They definitely did.
Okay. And when you left, there was no problem between the four of you.
I mean, when we left, it was obvious that something we weren't speaking too much. At least, when we rode in the car from the dog pound to adopt the dog, after that incident, after them two females told us about that, and he left to the car, it was tensions in the air. When we were in the car, nobody was speaking to each other.
Right, but there was never an argument or a fight or some problem between the four of you prior to the time that you left.
No, sir.
Right? And then you're saying that you had tried before August 1st. Did you say you had tried to contact them to get your property? Or did you try?
Yes, my baby mama and me did try to call them. They wasn't answering. We were gone. After that day that we came back from there, we left. We were gone for like about 2 to 3 days at her mom's, and we decided to just go back to her mom's. So
Okay, Mike, let me ask you, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm trying to get a specific question.
Yes, sir, my bad.
The question is, did you, or to your knowledge, your girlfriend, Tia, did either one of you speak with either Jesse or Caitlin after you voluntarily left, trying to get your property back?
Yes. Caitlin stopped by the house while we were at her mom's for about 3 days. And she said, y'all can come back anytime you want, you know. And we said, okay. And then she left.
Okay.
That's the last time, you know.
All right. And so then the first time you actually had contact with them about getting your property back was when you showed up at their apartment? When you actually spoke with them about that?
Yes, sir.
All right. So your story is you have two people that have given you clothing, food, and shelter, that have helped you, helped your girlfriend, helped your baby. There were no arguments or disagreements between you, and you never had any discussion about the property, but you show up at their house, and for some reason they concoct this plan to lure you inside and attack you. That's your story.
Yes, sir. Man, I think he was angry, you know.
Speak up.
I think he was angry, low-key, because the whole time we had our baby.
Low-key? No cap?
Jesse and Caitlin was like, if y'all don't want y'all baby, we can keep him. You know, it's all weird. And I woke up in the middle of the night. I was in my drawers, in my room with her. And she was standing over us. You know, I felt weird.
Okay, but I think you've already testified there was no argument, disagreement.
There wasn't no argument, but there was weird stuff going on.
I understand how you feel.
Yes, sir.
You're saying how you feel.
Yes, sir.
I'm saying that you have a couple that have gone out of their way for no reason other than to be nice, to help you in many ways. And there's never been a fight or problem between you that they are aware of, that you communicated to them. And you're telling this court that for whatever reason that night, out of the blue, they decide they're just going to attack you, right?
You never know with people.
Yeah, okay.
But yes.
So, when you left, you had not been injured.
No, sir.
Right? You said you hit Mr. Etzel, and I was having a hard time hearing you. I want you to tell me if I'm right. I thought you said you soft hit him.
No, not soft hit him.
What does that mean?
I hit him. I didn't say soft hit.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
I hit him, you know.
So you hit him twice in the face.
Yeah, and then body shots.
And then a couple times in the body.
Yeah.
Right? And that's after you knocked the knife out of his hand.
Yeah. And then I hit him. He fell. That's when he like.
Where did he fall?
I'm not sure. It was somewhere in the living room.
Okay.
The kitchen. As soon as we walk in, this little living room, and then the kitchen right there. They were right here. It happened right there.
So he fell on the ground?
Yes, sir.
From you hitting him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where exactly did he fall?
I'm not exactly sure. It was dark.
Okay.
And it happened so fast, you know.
All right. And it's your story to the judge that you hit this man twice in the face, twice in the stomach, he fell down.
I didn't say twice in
Hang
the
on.
stomach.
I'm sorry, twice in the face, sometimes in the body, and then he fell down. And that's your explanation for how his head got sliced open like that. Right?
It could have been anything in that house that would have hit him, you know, when he fell.
Well, you saw the pictures earlier, right?
Yes, sir.
I showed pictures of the room.
Yes, sir.
There's just a big open floor, right?
Yes, sir.
Right next to that door where you said this happened, there's just a big open floor.
Right next to the door, it didn't happen there.
Okay.
I told you it happened in there.
Okay.
And it worked our way.
But in any event, you can't explain it, but somehow during this, he got that huge cut on his head. Right?
Can't explain it.
And then you mentioned the situation with Caitlin. You said you never touched her.
No,
you heard her testify you were kicking her in the ribs, right?
Yes, sir. But what she says on the report is a whole different thing.
the way this works is I ask you questions.
Yes, sir.
Okay? So let me show you State's Exhibit 2C. Take a look at that.
Sloth Life, that's awesome.
You agree with me, you
Thank
can
you very
see, just assuming this is Caitlin, you see red all up and down her ribs, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay? So how did that happen? How did she get all these injuries, the big bruise you see there, all that redness? How did that get on her body?
I'm not sure.
It just magically happened also?
I ain't saying magically, but...
You just don't know. So, you would agree with me that it was Caitlin and Jesse that called the police that night?
We called the police first to try to get our stuff.
Okay.
But yes.
After the incident in the apartment happened,
Yes, sir.
it was Caitlin and Jesse that called the police, right?
Mm-hmm.
Caitlin and Jesse didn't leave, right? You, T, and your mom left, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you took the dog with you,
Yes, sir.
right? And then I think you said this, but just to make sure, from the time that this incident happened until the time that you were arrested for your indictment, neither you nor Tia ever tried to contact the police, do anything to assert the story that you had been attacked.
After all that and them not showing up, no, I didn't contact them.
Okay. Now, sir, have you been convicted of a felony offense in the last 10 years?
I was 18 and carrying a concealed weapon.
I really can't hear you. I'm sorry.
I was 18 and I was arrested for carrying a concealed weapon. I plead guilty to.
Okay. Now, you had a chance while you were in jail to make a number of phone calls. Is that right?
Here we go.
Yes, sir.
And you actually used, you know what HomeWave is?
What? Say it again.
HomeWave?
HomeWave? Yes, sir.
The like kind of FaceTime?
The video, yes, yes,
You
yes,
can
sir.
see somebody? And you would call your sister and other people on HomeWave, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, do you recall a conversation you had with your sister where you talk about yourself and Tia needing to get your story straight for this to
Basically,
work?
not to lie, but yes. Basically, I was saying to tell her to tell the truth and not to lie. But yes.
Oh, that's what you said?
That's what I was referring to.
All right, hold on.
Right. I'm with
Sorry,
you.
Judge, give me 1 second.
Here we go.
So, Judge, this is a HomeWave call that I believe the parties are going to stipulate to its authenticity, and I'm going to ask some questions about it, okay?
What's the date of it? Or is that going to be evident when you play it?
This case
Judge,
just
I'm
keeps
sorry.
giving.
Give me 1 second. I'm trying to stop it. I accidentally hit it.
Just keeps giving.
Bro, I'm sick.
All right. Judge, this is a call that he made while he was incarcerated at Warren County Jail. I honestly did not write down the date. I'm
Okay.
sorry. But it's when he's been incarcerated, since he was arrested on this indictment. And then,
Witness is like, man. Yeah. Your words are going to come back and bite you here. Let's see.
26.
26 minutes in. 26 seconds in.
All right, sir, first of all, who is that we see on the screen there?
Me and my sister.
Okay, what's your sister's name?
Will Maurice.
I'm sorry?
Will Maurice.
Okay.
How do you spell that?
W-I-L M-A-R-I-S. Will
Okay,
Maurice.
thank you.
All right. And this is, sir, this is a HomeWave call that you made while you're in jail. It appears
Yes,
to be,
sir.
right? Okay.
Hey, sis, I low-key, I ain't trying to take this shit to trial.
Wilson.
I need you to talk to Tia, and she needs to, her story need to line up with mine. Or a trial ain't gonna work.
All right. Where did you say, tell Tia to tell the truth?
I did.
Didn't say that, did you?
Basically.
You said, tell Tia, our stories have to match or a trial won't work, right?
Thanks.
And just 1 second, Judge.
Yes.
Anything else you can think of? Okay. Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Please.
This is cross-examination for you, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Just a couple clarifying questions, sir.
Yes, sir.
Could you keep your voice up?
Yes, sir.
I want to take you to that moment. You're in the house, okay? Brandywine on August
It's dark.
1st, okay?
Can't see anything.
You're with me. You said you were invited by Caitlin into the house.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What was Caitlin's demeanor like?
She was, I mean, she just said to come in and we could come around the back and get our clothes, our stuff, our property.
Did she appear angry?
I mean, a little bit, but he seemed mostly angry when he first opened the window before her.
Okay, so she was acting different than Jesse.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Jesse was acting agitated and angry?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Had you done anything to provoke Jesse or Caitlin?
What you mean by that?
You hadn't done anything to make them angry, right?
Not that I know of.
You didn't take any violent actions towards them, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. So you come in the house and eventually you have to hit Jesse, you said, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you said you hit him once in the face, twice in the body, right?
Twice in the face and a couple times in the body.
Okay. And did you do that because you believed that you were in imminent danger of being harmed?
I mean, when I seen the knife, yeah, I just smacked it out of his hand and I defended myself.
Okay, so you believe the only way out of the situation was to defend yourself?
Either that or get stabbed.
Did you believe that you were able to just leave the house and protect yourself or Tia?
Not after that. Not after I seen the knife.
Okay. So after you saw the knife, you thought the only way to protect yourself was to hit him?
Yeah. Okay. Yes, sir.
Did you use any more force than was necessary, or hit him more times than was needed to protect yourself?
I mean, when I was wrestling with him, yeah, I did. Like I was hitting him, kept hitting him, yes.
Okay, and after you, at some point you were able to leave though, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you hit him enough times to make it so that you could leave?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't stay and hit him some extra times afterwards, right?
No, sir.
You didn't like kick him while he was down or anything like that?
Answer the question,
No,
please.
sir.
So, that's all I have.
All right. Any redirect?
Nothing, Judge, thank you.
Any recross?
No, sir, thank you.
Okay, you can step down, sir.
Next witness.
Next witness.
Miss Spradlin, you want?
Oh, yeah, here we go. The last piece of the puzzle.
Please raise your right hand.
Is the
Do
father?
you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, would you please state your name and spell it?
Tia Bradlin, Spradlin.
Where do you live?
904 Ohio.
Okay, and you're the defendant in this case?
Yes.
One of the two.
Yes.
So let me ask you how you know some people. First, do you know Wilson?
Yes.
How do you
That's
know
my
him?
boyfriend.
How long have you known him?
About 4.5 years.
How'd you meet?
He was staying at his grandpa's and I was staying at my mom's cousin next door to his grandfather's.
Is that the locations on Catalpa?
No, it's at Eaton Avenue.
Now, you know the people who testified earlier at Catalpa too, right? Wilson's mom?
Yes.
Okay, and then your mom too?
Yes.
Okay, they live next to each other.
Yes.
So how did you know Caitlin?
I worked with her at rallies.
When did you first meet her?
It was about a year or so ago, a little longer.
What were you doing at rallies?
We were both working at Rallies.
Okay. What was your job?
I would do fries, stock, and the fryers and stock and stuff.
Okay. What was her job?
She did the register.
And you know Jesse?
Yes.
How did you first meet Jesse?
When Caitlin took us to her apartment, her first apartment before where they live at now.
So where was that first apartment?
It was down by Skateway in Middletown.
And where do they live now?
They live by Walmart in like
Walmart.
Lebanon.
We got the Walmart.
Up the hill from Walmart. Brandywine.
Now you have a kid who was born in July?
Yes.
Okay. So that means that you were just about pregnant when you first met Caitlin? Am I doing the math right?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did she offer to let you live with them on Brandywine?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Or did you first live with them at the other address?
Yeah, she offered for both times.
Okay. How did that happen?
I was on the phone talking to somebody about what was going on, and she did overhear my conversation and asked me what was going on and stuff, and I explained to her the things, what was going on, and she offered for us to come stay with them.
Okay. Did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. What did you bring with you?
At that point in time, that was the first time, we just had a couple bags of clothing and stuff, and his wallet that had gotten left there also.
Did you stay there continuously, or did you move out, or stay other places? What
For
happened?
like a week or two, we were there like maybe every other night or so.
And this is because you didn't have your own place at the time?
Right.
Okay, why didn't you have your own place?
Because I just had started working and stuff, and I pay child support. It comes out for my other 3 kids, and I barely bring like $180 for a whole paycheck.
Okay, and so where do you pay child support out of?
Claremont County.
Okay, how much do you have to pay them?
$458 and some odd change a month.
Okay, you've been behind on that?
Yes.
Okay, and you had to go to jail for that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And just so we're clear, you've been in some trouble before, right?
Yes.
Okay, no felonies though, right?
No.
Okay, some theft offenses?
Yes.
Okay, what were those about?
Obviously, when you don't have job and stuff, and when you have children and stuff, and you have to get things for your child, that's where they came about.
Okay, so how many kids do you have?
I have 4.
Okay, and you only have custody of one of them?
Yes.
Okay, where are the other 3?
They are with their grandmother.
Okay, is that in Claremont County?
Yes.
So when did you first move into the address on Brandywine?
It was like, okay, so I had Braven in July. It was probably 2.5, 3 months before that.
Did you move in with all your stuff there too?
Yes.
Okay, so describe the stuff that you moved in with.
We had a bunch of clothes and stuff from my mother's. We were just getting some baby clothes. She did give us a bunch of baby clothes, but his grandmother also gave us a bunch of stuff, and his mom, my mom, for the baby. And then every other, so 3 days out of the week you can go down to a place in Middletown that feeds you and gives you clothing and stuff like that. So we also were collecting clothing from them places and stuff too, which we also got them stuff too when we were there.
Where was this stuff, in boxes and bags?
Yeah, it was mostly, we would bring it home in bags, and then we would put it in the top of the closet and had it organized in there. And then we had black garbage bags that stuff that was too hot or stuff like that, we had in the bags in the closet piled up in there, nicely folded and stuff. So diapers that I had bought from my check that I was saving up, bottles, binkies, different things like that.
Did you have a dog?
Yes.
What kind of dog?
It was a bully.
What's his name?
Sophia.
Her. Sophia.
Yes.
And how did you get this dog?
We went to the animal shelter in Hamilton and got her.
When you say we got her, describe what happened.
We walked into the animal shelter, and we were going to adopt her. The first time we couldn't because they thought she was pregnant, so they had to do her examination, stuff like that, and then they had called back and we went up and adopted her afterwards when they found out that she wasn't.
Okay, you said we. Who actually went to the animal shelter?
We all went, but only three.
Define who that all is.
Wilson, Jesse, Caitlin, and I all went to the animal shelter together. Caitlin did not get out of the car. She stayed in the car. All of us three went in. And when we walked in, we were standing there, and then two other girls had walked in with another dog that they had found. And when they seen Jesse, they said, "Jesse," and he was like, "Oh," just looked white as a ghost and turned around and was like, "I'm out of here," and he left. So when that happened,
Let me pause you a second. Did something happen?
Yeah, the girls, when he walked out, and they said, "Well, do you know?"
Let me ask the whole question.
Okay.
Did something happen while you're at the animal shelter that upset Jesse?
Yes.
Okay, what happened that upset Jesse?
These girls came in and was like, "Did you know he was a sex offender?" And showed us.
It's all hearsay.
It's not offer for the truth of the matter, Your Honor.
Yeah, overruled.
Did what happened at the animal shelter cause you to want to leave the address on Brandywine?
Yes.
And that was learning. What did you learn that caused you to want to leave the address on Brandywine?
That he was a sex offender.
Why did that make you want to leave?
Because I just had a child.
So what did you do?
We started making arrangements to do that, and we had left and went and stayed with my mom for a few days and was trying to figure things out what we were going to do.
Did you tell Jesse why you were leaving?
No.
Did you tell anyone why you were leaving?
No.
So this was a couple weeks before, a week or so before the August 1st incident?
Yes.
Had you spoken to Jesse or Caitlin during that week?
I had tried to reach out to him a few different times. She came to the house and brought us some stuff, told us that we could come back, but when we went back a few different times on the city bus, they wouldn't answer the doors.
So now August 1st comes and you show up. Who's with you?
Me, Wilson, and Debbie.
Who was driving?
Debbie.
Okay. Whose car was it?
His aunt, Wilson's aunt, Melissa.
What kind of car is it?
It's a Ford. I'm not exactly sure.
Say no more. That's enough.
Big enough to put all your stuff in?
Yes.
Okay. So what was the plan?
To go get our things.
So what's the first thing that happened when you showed up there?
We tried knocking on the door several different times.
What happened?
Nobody was answering us. And then finally, Jesse did answer.
How?
The window.
Okay, so how did he answer you?
He just opened the window and was like, "What the fuck are you guys doing here, blah, blah, blah," going off.
What was his demeanor?
Mad, angry.
Did he say why he was angry?
No.
Did he do anything besides yell?
He spit down at his mom, Wilson's mother.
What happened next?
We waited a little bit, and then Caitlin told us that we could come around and come in the back and get our things.
Okay. Did anyone ever call the police?
Yes.
Who called the police?
Wilson's mother.
Did the police come?
No.
So you're waiting outside. You said Caitlin told you to come around. How did that happen? Did she call you, text you?
No, she came to the window and told us.
Okay, so she yelled out the window?
Yes.
Okay, what exactly did she say?
She said, "You guys can come around back and get your things."
Okay, what was her demeanor like when that happened?
She was, you could tell, agitated, irritated, but she wasn't as, like, irate as he was.
Okay, were you able to see Jesse at that point?
No.
Did you go around back?
Yes.
When you got around back, was the door opened or closed?
It was open.
This is that sliding door we saw in the
Yes.
photos? What did you do? What's the very next thing you did?
We walked in. When I walked in, I looked around. It was really dark in there. And I went to walk forward, and I seen my dog, and I went to bend down for it, and that's when Jesse had lunged at me.
So what happened? When you say he lunged at you, what exactly happened?
Like, when I went down to get the dog, he's like, "Give me my fucking dog," and he went like this to pull back the dog away from me.
What happened next?
I stood up and he went like this and he shoved me, and that's when Wilson got involved in it, and then he went to argue with him, swing around me, and then I was in the middle of him.
Did anyone have a knife?
No, I didn't see no knife at that point in time.
Okay, what happened next?
He yelled, Jesse
Who's
yelled,
he? Yeah.
Jesse yelled, babe, get a knife.
What happened next?
Caitlin came out of the kitchen with a butcher knife, swinging it around sporadically.
Whoa.
What happened next?
We turned around. Well, I turned around and I went to fight with her because they were fighting over here, and I knocked the knife out of her hand. We got into like a little push and shove, and then the dog had got out, and I went out the back door to chase her.
Could you see what was happening between Jesse and Wilson?
No, I couldn't really see. They were scrabbling around in there. So Wilson when he seen me go out the door, he followed almost directly behind me.
What did you do next?
I'm just guessing they don't own a butcher
We went out in the yard. I was chasing around the dog. Caitlin was yelling at me. Jesse was yelling at him, and we were just all arguing and fighting. And I got the dog, and finally got Sophia, and then picked her up and was trying to get to the car with her, and she was too heavy, and I yelled for Wilson, and Wilson came and got the dog out of my hand, and then he took off around the car with the dog first.
And you guys left the area?
And then we left.
Okay, why didn't you stick around for the police?
Like we said, because we didn't want this long drawn out process for nothing.
Did you
We just wanted our things.
Did you trust the police?
I mean, to a certain extent.
But as far as you can throw them.
Like they have a job to do and things like that, but I've just been in encounters where things don't really end that great with police with me.
It's fair to say all your experience with the police has not been positive.
Right.
So while you were in the house, did you do anything to provoke a violent response from either Jesse or Caitlin?
No.
Okay, did you make any threats?
No.
Did you say anything at any point that could be conceived as threatening?
No.
Did you believe that you were in imminent danger of bodily harm?
Objection. At this point, this direct examination, Judge. That's a very leading question.
Sustained that one.
It's not direct exam.
Yes, it is.
It's his clients.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. You did call her.
I'd ask for some leeway on these sort of legalistic
go
issues.
ahead.
Okay, what was that?
Did you believe that you were in imminent danger of bodily harm?
After everybody had started fighting and arguing, and then she got a knife, yes.
Okay. And so you fought back, and Wilson fought back as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you fight back?
Because we wanted to get out of there.
Did you believe that you'd be able to leave without fighting back?
At first going there, first response, yeah.
But once the fight is on, once you're in the house, did you believe that you could just leave the house, or did you believe you had to fight them?
I believe that if we wanted to leave without it, but we had to fight back, or
what?
Or one of us could have got hurt too.
Did you use any more force than was necessary?
No.
You didn't kick anyone or anything like that while they were down?
No.
How did her ribs get bruised?
Do you know how Wilson got cut? Not Wilson, I'm sorry. Well, Jesse got cut.
No.
Did you have any interactions with Jesse or Caitlin after this incident?
No.
No further questions?
Did you ever get your stuff back?
No.
Who is the father?
Do you see any of your stuff in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
What do you see?
The shirt Jesse has on.
What is that?
That's a shirt that my mom had given Wilson.
It's not in the courtroom. It's not in the courtroom.
Where's the dog?
There.
They have her.
Where's Jesse?
I have nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. cross-examination now.
Thank you, Judge.
Can you point to Jesse?
So let me start with this, ma'am. You said definitively that the victim, Mr. Etzel, is a sex offender.
Yes,
How do you know that?
because I seen it online.
Okay. Well, have you ever looked at any actual records involved in the case?
I mean, when you look it up on the Kentucky website, it's up there. His picture and what happened.
Okay. So people get charged with crimes, right? And sometimes those charges make the news.
Okay.
That doesn't mean they were convicted, right? Would you be surprised to know the outcome of that case is the grand jury chose not to indict him?
I'm sorry.
I'm going to
Yes or no? Just answer the question.
No.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'd object to that line of questioning. I think the information was offered for why they decided to leave, not whether he was actually a sex offender or not doesn't actually make a difference. It's what she believed at the time.
Okay. I agree. Go ahead.
Okay, so, ma'am, were you injured at all during this incident?
No.
Okay. Was Wilson injured at all during this incident?
No.
Wilson.
You said that you're outside, and let me back up before I get there. So, I think you've testified this, but the bottom line is Jesse and Caitlin, on a number of occasions, helped you
Yes.
and didn't expect anything in return.
No.
No rent, right? You live with them 2 different
Yes or no?
times.
Right.
You can't just shake your head.
Right.
And both times they didn't charge you rent, right?
Right.
Caitlin offered you her clothes and other baby things to help your baby.
Yes.
They assisted you with food.
Well, technically, they didn't even have no food. We went and got it ourselves, but yeah.
Okay. But in any event, the bottom line is this entire time, up until August 1st, 2025, you knew these 2 people only as people that had helped you out of the goodness of their heart, correct?
Yes.
And then, come August the 1st, 2025, you, Wilson's mother, and Wilson go to their home with your intention being that you're going to get your property back.
Yes.
And fair to say, you guys were frustrated you hadn't gotten your property back yet, right?
I mean, yeah.
Right? Well, you sat there and talked about all the things you needed for your baby, and so did Wilson. You guys were angry that they hadn't given your property back, right?
Angry? No, because items don't make me angry.
Oh.
But upset? Yes.
Okay. But when you went there with Wilson and his mother, you went there upset.
Upset? Yeah.
Okay. Now you said that
Question did make her angry, James.
you all left for the reasons you described, but you never expressed to Jesse or Caitlin why you were leaving.
No.
Right? You didn't tell them the reason.
No.
So as far as they knew, just like they testified today, hang on. As far as they knew, just like they testified today, they just knew you guys decided to leave, right? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And there had never been any fights or arguments or problems between the 4 of you prior to the time you left.
No.
And then August 1st, 2025 comes around, you go to their residence, you and Wilson, and her mom, right?
Yes.
You said that you heard, according to you, and according to Jesse, I guess, Wilson's mother and you, Jesse comes out the window, irate, angry, yelling, and cussing at you, right?
Yes.
And then you say Caitlin came frustrated and said, you can come in.
Yeah.
But despite the fact that you had just seen Jesse irate, angry, and out of control, you decided to walk around the back and go in their home, right?
Yeah, because when you have your significant other sometimes doesn't want somebody to do something and you allow it, and it's her home, not his.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was it normal to walk in the back door like that?
Yeah, it's normal to walk in either of the doors like that because we live there.
Well, if you walked in the home, would you normally walk in the front door or the back door?
The front door.
Right. And if people were invited over, would they normally come in the front door or the back door?
They never had nobody over.
But isn't it fair to say that that back patio was not the normal access to the home?
Yes.
So despite the fact that this man's irate, and you know potentially there's a problem, and they tell you to go to the door you normally don't go to, you went back there and went in the home, right?
Yeah, yes.
So I think you said that you walked in, Jesse tried to grab, or you went for the dog, I'm sorry, and Jesse tried to keep you from getting the dog.
Yes.
And then he pushed you with both hands.
Yes.
Okay. So when he pushed you with both hands, Jesse did not have a knife in his hand, right?
No, I didn't see a knife.
Okay. Well, both hands hit your body, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's no knife in his hand.
Right.
Boom.
And the first knife you said you saw was Caitlin had the knife.
Yes.
And it was a butcher knife. Don't forget the butcher knife.
Now, I want you to take a look at these pictures. States 2A and States 2B. These are photographs of Jesse's injuries, right?
Yes.
Okay. So right in the middle of his forehead here, can you see a slice, just a superficial slice right down the middle of his forehead? You see that?
Yeah.
Okay. You see a slice right there on the left side of his forehead? Right there? See that?
Yep.
Okay. And then we see a better picture of the really big slice on top of his head. Right? You see another cut.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
Why are you not answering these questions?
I said yes.
Well, who can hear you in here?
Okay, I apologize.
Okay.
Okay. So you see this cut right here, the big one.
Yes.
And then you see another cut right here on top of his head.
Yes.
So he has, at least from what you see in these pictures, 4 cuts to his head, clearly with a knife, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Right? And you're saying that you're in that apartment that entire time, you have absolutely no idea how his head got cut up like that.
No.
Okay. And let me show you State's Exhibit 2C. Caitlin testified this is her. You see the redness and the injuries to her side? How did that happen?
That's probably where me and her were scrabbling back and forth when she had the knife and we were going at it.
Okay.
No, you hit the knife out
Now
of
you
her
heard
hand.
Wilson testify, right?
Yes.
Wilson never testified he saw Caitlin with a knife, right?
Right.
Wilson
Because-
hang on. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Because he was with Jessie over there when she was coming from the kitchen from getting a knife like he told her to.
Okay. And then Wilson said when he first came in the house, Jesse had a knife, right? But you said when you first came to the house, Jesse pushed you and didn't have a knife.
I
correct?
was first in front of Wilson.
Okay.
You can always reach down and pick something up.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. So Wilson didn't see you get shoved, but he did see.
And finally, ma'am, that night, you, Wilson, you didn't stick around to talk to the police, right?
Yeah.
You never contacted the police after that until you got indicted.
Yes.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Nothing, Judge, thank you.
Okay. You can step down. I take it you had no other questions?
No, no. And we'll rest at this time and do our Rule 29 motion.
Good night.
Thank you, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, both defense rest. Any rebuttal?
No rebuttal, Judge.
All right, let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. I think the judge might be willing to rule right now.
Your Honor, I would point out, at the end of my case, I said I rested and asked the court to admit my exhibits, but I just wanted to, for the record, ask the court to admit there's State's Exhibit 1, which is a USB with states 1A and 1B, 1A being the 911 call, 1B being the home wave call you just saw with Mr. Wilson's testimony, and then there's 2A through 2H, which are the photographs that were identified during the testimony of the victims. So I ask for you to admit those in evidence.
What was Exhibit 2C?
2C was the photograph of Caitlin's side with the injuries.
Okay. And 2H?
Judge, 2H was photograph of inside the home with the blood on the floor.
Okay. Any objection to the exhibits?
No objection to the photographs, Your Honor. We suggest that the phone calls are both hearsay.
Any objection to the exhibits?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, the exhibits will be admitted.
Okay, here you go. Polls are up.
All right, so
questions
we have
carefully.
a situation, closings are going to address as much as you want to address as far as the evidence that was presented, but unless I'm wrong, I'm looking at this in the light that the prosecutor has to prove this was not self-defense.
Well, I can discuss that with you if you'd like during closing argument.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Judge, frankly, I don't think that they've even given you sufficient evidence to consider self-defense with deadly force, because what was used here was clearly deadly force. If you look at and then Judge, I'm sorry, I can pass these up to you so you can review them during closing argument. Judge, if you recall, Mr. Etzel testified that Mr. Rivera was swinging the knife when he came in the home, and that's how he got cut. And I think if you look at the injuries to the victim's head, you don't see one. There is obviously a very large slice in his head, but there are multiple slices. There's one superficial, there's one that's deeper, there's one that's on top of the head more as a scrape across with the blade, and then finally the really deep, long cuts in his head. I would submit to the court that clearly, from the victim's own testimony and from the objective evidence of the nature of the injuries, that was caused by a knife. So what we have is the use of deadly force, because we have a deadly weapon being used in a manner that can cause death. We have a use of deadly force. And the question that I would submit to the court first before we even discuss self-defense is, what evidence have you heard that would justify the use of deadly force in self-defense? You've heard no testimony from the state's perspective that would, and I understand, Judge, that there's a low burden for you to consider self-defense, but there is a burden that they have to meet before you consider self-defense.
He has heard evidence. Them saying they come at him with a knife.
He tested he came at him with a knife.
That's it.
I'm sorry?
That's evidence.
Tested he came at him with a knife, right? He had a knife.
Well, he testified, then his co-defendant testified the exact opposite. But yes, okay. But Judge, if you were going to consider self-defense, I can discuss those elements as well. But I just want to point out, I think it's a very weak claim at best that there is self-defense. But so in order to establish that there's not self-defense, beyond the reasonable doubt, I just have to show that one of the elements does not exist. And if one of the elements does not exist, then they cannot claim self-defense. The first element is the defendant, if I show the defendant was at fault in creating the situation giving rise to the injury, then it's not self-defense. And obviously there's conflicting testimony on this point, but I would submit that we have proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant or the two defendants are the ones that caused the situation that led to this injury. And the reason I say that, Judge, is if you just think about the testimony and put all the testimony together you've heard, the two victims, I mean, there's always going to be differences of some sort in people's testimony, but there's no major difference in the nature of their testimony. The two defendants could not have conflicted each other more than they did. But I think there's some facts you just cannot get around in this case. Number one, it happened in the victim's apartment, inside their own apartment. So in order for you to believe they were acting in self-defense, you have to come to the conclusion that you have two people here, okay? And I understand, Judge, that Mr. Etzel, he's emotional, he gets upset. I mean, I understand that. Now, of course, he was very seriously injured, too, as a result of this. But what the evidence has told you is you have two people who did nothing but help these two over and over and over again. Even after they moved out, they both testified. Caitlin came to them, brought them some more stuff, and said, if you need anything else, let me know. So you have to believe these two people that have been doing nothing but helping them, all of a sudden one night, for reasons completely unknown, decide to create this, I don't know, this plan that they're going to lure them inside and attack them. And I think that is completely and totally incredible. I think that the evidence supports the story that you heard from the two victims. And I think that if you conclude the evidence supports their story, then beyond a reasonable doubt, these two are the ones that started the situation. And I think it's not self-defense. And then they talk about whether there's reasonable grounds to believe, there's reasonable grounds to believe that they were in imminent risk of great bodily harm or death, and that they had an honest belief that they were in risk of great bodily harm or death. And I think the evidence, again, I would make the same argument, Judge. I don't think it's credible what they're saying. They're claiming that when their attorney reads them the law and they say yes. I mean, Mr. Rivera and Ms. Spradlin had basically spoon-fed this information. Yes, that's what happened. But even having said that, though, Judge, I don't think it's credible. And then finally, that the defendant used unreasonable force. And I think that, here's what's interesting about that, Judge. Regardless of what you think happened here, two people came out injured, two people came out uninjured. What's interesting is Mr. Rivera and his mother both claim that Ms. Spradlin had a red, bloody nose after this happened, but she testified she wasn't injured in any way. How does that happen? There's so much conflict and so much lack of credibility in the part of the defense witnesses. I think that you really should not consider giving much weight to their testimony at all. But the bottom line is, at the very least, they used unreasonable force. Unreasonable force was used even if you believe that they were acting in self-defense. But Judge, I think what the evidence shows you is that these individuals were angry that they were not able to get their property back. They show up at the victim's home, they go in the back door, and they attack them. And Mr. Etzel ends up with the injuries he has, which clearly are serious physical harm. They entered by force, they trespassed by force because, as the victims told you, they opened an unlocked door, which is sufficient force for an aggravated burglary. So you have force, they trespassed by force into their residence, no question that's where they lived, with the intent to commit a criminal offense therein. And I think the criminal offense is obvious when you consider the testimony that Mr. Rivera came in with a knife, swinging it, and cut the victim. Ms. Spradlin, as to those charges, would be a complicitor, Your Honor, as to the serious physical harm to the victim, Mr. Etzel, and as to a portion of the aggravated burglary. But ultimately, as you know, she assaulted Ms. Hall. And you have pictures showing the injuries to Ms. Hall as well. So I think all the objective evidence in this case and the testimony you've heard proves beyond a reasonable doubt, number one, it was not self-defense, and number two, these two are guilty as charged.
Okay, thank you.
Who wants to go first?
Your Honor, we have a case here where everyone's living on the fringes. We have children in foster care on both sides. People don't have any money. They're on food stamps. They're all just trying to get by. But there are certain things we know from watching the demeanor of the witnesses, and that's Mr. Jesse Eitzel has an incredible temper. I would suggest that what the mother, Mr. Wilson's mother, testified to is what happened. They tried to get in the house. He yells some obscenities, spits on her. Then Miss Hall says, just come on in and get the stuff. So they come around the back. For whatever reason, Jesse Eitzel loses it, pushes her, attacks him, and the fight's on. And he acted in self-defense. Unfortunately, sometimes people get cut and people get hurt. I think that's what happened. He thought he was going to get stabbed. He punched him a couple times and got out of there.
He stabbed
she
himself.
got pushed, and they left. That's what I think happened. That's what the evidence seems to show based on the demeanor and credibility of the witnesses, that he acted in self-defense when he was attacked by Mr. Eitzel, who lost his temper. Beyond that, even beyond self-defense, this is a beyond a reasonable doubt case, and that's what the court can hang its hat on. There's so many different things talked about here, about this happened, that happened, who had this knife, did you have permission, did you not have permission? They never got to the ag burglary. It's pretty clear that Ms. Hall let them come in. Just come in and get your stuff. They went in there, they had lived there. They didn't trespass. The felonious assault is acting in self-defense, and the assault. We heard on the 911 tape Mr. Jesse saying, "Stab him, stab him, stab him." He wanted his girlfriend to stab these guys. Did she get a knife or not? I don't know. But I'm going to suggest they absolutely acted in self-defense, and that's what happened. Thank you, Your Honor. We ask for not guilty.
All right.
Okay.
Second closing.
Thank you. Mr. Engel?
I don't have a lot to add here, Your Honor. I just want to look at it from this perspective. Two perspectives. First perspective is we don't have a particularly strong case, I'd suggest, from the prosecution. We don't have any forensics that were done at the scene. We don't have good interviews with all the witnesses that were conducted. We don't have really any investigation at all that occurred in this case. And that's problematic. And let me give you an idea why it's problematic. There's been assertions, for example, that the wounds suffered by Jesse were from a knife. But we have no way of knowing that these are actually knife wounds, as opposed to the fact that maybe he fell and hit his head somewhere or something else happened to him. I'm not suggesting that happened one way or the other. I'm just saying that is a weakness of this case and really is a reasonable doubt issue. But really, I think, the way I look at this case, and I hope the court would look at it the same way, is this feels very municipal courting. And what I mean by that is you've just got a bunch of people who have some kind of dispute that seems to have gotten out of hand. And so when you think about why this got out of hand, the biggest mistake that we used to see in municipal court was the fact that the guy who wins the fight gets charged. Because the guy who loses the fight is the one who calls the cops and gets with the cops, and the cops just see the person who's maybe bloodied, maybe messed up a little bit, they assume he's the victim, and they just charge the other person. And that seems to be what happened here. Because if you were to think about who is the person who is out of control in this situation, the only person we hear who is out of control on August 1st is Jesse. What we hear, and what's undisputed, is that Wilson and Tia show up with the mother. And they call, and they try to get in the house, and they can't get in the house, and they call 911, and they wait. These are not people looking to cause trouble. They're looking for people to get their stuff back. But who's out of control in that situation? Uncontested. Jesse's out of control in that situation. He's yelling from the window, he's screaming, he's spitting on people. He's the one ramping up this situation. So they're sitting outside. They don't go in the house. Again, uncontested.
Maybe it was mutual combat.
Caitlin says, "Come on in, get the stuff." And then there's a scuffle that happens. And if we're just going to play the reasonable doubt game, which I think is what we have to do here, you think, who's the one who, based on your demeanor you saw in court today, the demeanor you've seen in court other days, based on all their testimony and everything we know about them, who's the one who's likely the one agitated, out of control, causing this situation, the spiral to where we had it now? It was Jesse. That's what the evidence is. That's why there's reasonable doubt here. That's why we'd ask you to find them not guilty.
All right, thank you. Mr. Goodyear.
Well, first of all, Judge, I know you know this, but I'll say it. Anything that happened in court before today is not evidence that should not be considered by this court. To reference things that happened in court other than the day of the trial, I think is inappropriate. And I just don't think that's something you can argue because it's not evidence. But to say that it's uncontested that Mr. Etzel is the one that was out of control, of course it's contested. He testified. He talked about what happened. He didn't say he spit on them. He didn't say he did the things that that these individuals claimed that he did. But Judge, excuse me.
Need some water?
So first of all, this idea that somehow we don't know their knife wounds. Well, first, Jesse Etzel testified that they're knife wounds. So you have testimony, you have evidence that they are knife wounds. And then the question is, and obviously you know this, Judge, when you're considering and you're testing the credibility of a witness, one of the main things you're going to do is look at objective evidence in the record that either supports or does not support their testimony. What evidence do you have in the record that supports Jesse Etzel and Caitlin Hall's testimony? Number one, you've got those pictures. Look at the pictures of the injuries to the victim. He testified that he was cut, and he testified he was swinging the knife and he cut him, and that's
you don't want to be
exactly
here.
what those injuries show. And those pictures support that testimony. You have two people who were helping these two out, and it showed no malice to them until this day happened. You have two people that called the police. You have two people who stayed on scene. You have two people who did everything they could in a normal fashion once this attack occurred. The other two fled the scene, never talked to the police, never attempted, and I'm talking about before the indictment happened, never made a report, never did anything to make it known that this alleged attack happened. And Judge, number one, it certainly is aggravated burglary. The elements are that you trespass by force into a residence of another with intent to commit a criminal offense therein. And I think there's no question that we have all that in addition to the serious physical harm. The felonious assault there's no way that's not serious physical harm. And the idea, and remember, Judge, when in the testimony from the defendants and from argument from defense counsel, they have no explanation for how those injuries occurred. Jesse Etzel and Caitlin Hall give you a reason. They explain to you how those injuries occurred. They're just, well, he could have fallen down. Well, it might have happened this way. They have no explanation because the explanation is that Mr. Wilson attacked him and cut him with a knife.
She gone.
That's why they can't explain it. But the bottom line is, Judge, there is a felonious assault that occurred. There is an aggravated burglary. The victim, Ms. Hall, was assaulted in addition to that. And I think when you consider the evidence that exists in the record beyond just the testimony, it's fact. As a matter of fact, a lot of the testimony they gave supported what our victims testified to. And you have to believe these two people have gone out of their way to help them and then just for no reason whatsoever attacked them that night. These are the ones that are upset. These are the ones that are angry. They wanted their property back. They thought they were being wronged. And they went and got revenge. And so we'd ask, Judge, you find them guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Thank you.
Judge, can we play some verdict music?
I found that the ladies who testified were, for the most part, credible.
Really?
There are different versions, of course. I think we have to also remember who has the burden of proof. As far as the only part of this that what makes it a felonious assault is it serious physical harm? And the only section that refers to that, serious physical harm, would be any physical harm that involves some permanent disfigurement, which there's not a single medical record, there's not a single bit of any type of testimony regarding the injury other than this photograph, which is pretty compelling, but it's two parts of that. Any physical harm that involves some permanent incapacity, any physical harm that involves some permanent disfigurement, or that involves some temporary serious disfigurement. Permanent disfigurement, no real evidence of that. Temporary serious disfigurement, probably enough there. Just with this photograph shows significant
yeah, that's pretty bad.
Cut on his head.
I just
I think
glanced
this
at it.
fight started, this fight began, and so, yeah, you've got serious physical harm. This fight began when Tia gave the impression she was going to take the dog. She leaned over to take the dog, and Jesse kind of went nuts on her. That's where this fight began, in my observation from the evidence in this case. That doesn't necessarily justify causing serious physical harm. I believe Mr. Wilson was somewhat credible, except he did a lot of damage to himself when he said he wanted these stories to line up. Oh yeah, it could be interpreted one way, but it also could be interpreted as she needs to say what I say. So again, it goes back to the burden of proof. The state has to prove this was not
Judge?
Self-defense.
What was in your coffee this morning?
And there's no good outcome here because
Do we have a hung jury, Judge?
this damage to his head is serious physical harm.
And with the lasting scar that he testified to.
I guess one question is it excessive force?
Ohio jockeying for last place position with Georgia right now. Literally had the defendants talking to their witnesses during the break. Their stories don't match up. None of it matches up with the verdict.
3 police officers named as witnesses, none called, which generally would be very helpful in a situation like this. No medical people testifying. Very weighted photo for sure. Find Tia Spradlin not guilty of all charges.
And
Find Wilson Rivera not guilty of aggravated burglary, not count 1 and count 2. What's the difference in count 3 and 4?
I'm sorry, Judge, I don't have the indictment right in front of me. Which counts are count 3 and 4?
Felonious assault, 2 counts of felonious assault.
Causing serious physical harm, cause or attempt to cause physical harm by means of a deadly weapon. So if he's guilty of both, he won't be sentenced on one. It's just different theories.
they merge.
I find him guilty of felonious assault. And is the assault the same thing?
The assault would be involving the female victim, Miss Hall, and the injuries she suffered.
I find him not guilty of that. So he's guilty of one count, or actually, both counts of felonious assault, but they merged to one count.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Order of pre-sentence investigation, set this for sentencing.
Judge, I would ask, knowing that Mr. Rivera has now been found guilty of the felonious assault and knowing the nature of this situation, I would ask you to remand him pending sentencing.
I'll leave him out on bond pending sentencing, and if there's issues, which I don't expect really, if there are issues
Nobody expects issues.
while he's out on bond, it certainly could affect his sentence.
Judge, would you consider, I understand your ruling, but would you consider a monitor while he's out on bond? He's not on a monitor right now. He couldn't get out initially because he didn't have a place to stay, but I'd ask you to place him on a monitor.
And what purpose would that serve?
Because then we'll know where he is and they can set up zones to where places he's not allowed to be and would be more helpful in protecting the victims.
Any response?
Judge, he's been complying with all your rules. He just got out. I don't think there's any reason to do that. He has no interest in being around these people at all. What's that? He said he can track his phone.
Where's he living now?
He's staying with the co-defendant, Your Honor, at
And
the mother's
she-
house, correct?
Where's she, at her mother's house?
Yes.
Does she allow him to live there?
Yes.
Okay, I'll put him on a monitor. He won't be restricted except that he can't go around the residence of the victims.
There's only one victim,
And that's
Judge.
within-
You judge.
I know there were
rules.
some issues about the
Ruled that she's
distance,
not a
but
victim.
I'd say within 500 feet of the victims. It would be a serious mistake if there's a big issue on that. Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
yes.
All right.
Judge, my approach.
Yes.
This is Exhibit 1.
Okay, that, you get that to her.
Warren County Courtroom number 2 delivers another banger today, and not in the way you would expect. This case would be hilarious if it weren't so sad. We had a little bit of everything. Yes, we had Walmart. Yes, we had children in foster care. We had drug use. We had prior convictions to spare, to go around. Everyone with prior records. Drug use. And then an aggravated assault, felonious assault charges. Massive gash in one victim's head. Bruising all over the ribs of another victim. The judge hears all the evidence, which did not include any testimony from a police officer, from a doctor, from a medical professional in any way. We heard from the defendants, we heard from the victims, we heard from the defendant's mothers. I think that's it. Did I miss anybody? We had baby clothes. We had crazy. Oh, I just don't know what to say here. The judge heard all the evidence, found that Tia was not guilty. Basically saying the assault that was alleged to have happened with her holding the victim down, the female victim down, while she was kicked in the ribs by the male defendant, did not happen, despite having images of the bruising on the ribs. The male defendant was found guilty of assault, basically the knife cut on the head of Jesse, the male victim, and not guilty of the aggravated robbery. This one defies all logic. The attorney himself is still grinning from ear to ear. He can't believe it either. He can't believe it either. And neither do I. Way to go, Ohio. Ohio. This is absolutely nuts. It's a crazy trial. We We're happy to bring this one. Thank you to Josh. Josh, our amazing mod, who put this one on the radar for us. Judge Peeler gets completes one for the record books there. That was interesting, to say the least. It was interesting. Whew. Thoughts? Anybody? Thoughts? Georgia no longer the bottom of the list as far as crazy court outcomes goes. That is... I just don't understand. Here's what I don't understand. Why the judge can look at the pictures. We have pictures of bruised, kicked ribs. We have pictures of cut head. And he says the pictures of cut head is aggravated assault. The pictures of bruised ribs is not. What was the difference there? Because the testimony that convicted on one, that said that one happened is identical to the testimony that said that the other happened. How does he say, no, she did not get kicked, or those bruises were not from this, without also saying, no, that cut was not from this? I do not understand it. I do not. Yeah, I can see him saying, okay, that wasn't assault with a deadly weapon, but that was one of the two charges. Wow. We even had the defendant jail calls corroborating testimony with the co-defendant, telling him to get the story straight or else the court's not going to work out well for them. We had all the stuff. We had everything. Defense attorney is still, he can't believe it. He's still there. He's still like, I don't believe it. We just won. My client, not guilty. I was today years old when I thought this would happen. That is nuts. I'm going to do one more scream. Just for this one. Ohio, way to go. We're not done with Ohio. We have another case that's going to be starting in Ohio here in about a week or so. That's going to be, he's still doing his victory laps. He doesn't want it to end. I don't think we've ever seen him win, honestly. I think this is the third time we've seen him in Ohio, Warren County. I think his client has always lost to this point. I don't think he knows what to do with the win. And he sure wasn't planning to get this one. Well, that takes us to lunchtime. Tia was found not guilty of burglary and assault. Wilson was found not guilty of burglary, but got a guilty verdict on the ag assault with the deadly weapon. I just don't get it. I think the judge listened. First of all, he opened up his reasoning with, I think all the women who testified were truthful. Were pretty truthful. All the ladies who testified were. Well, the first lady that testified that she was being held down by the defendant lady and kicked in the ribs by the defendant guy. Apparently that part was not truthful, according to the judge. Wow. Aurora, no, both of those involve child victims. We're not going there. They've got two that are starting today. We're not going to. One was a shooting, which I'm very cautious of right now because of things that are happening on YouTube. We just cannot. I can't jump to that yet. I'm still trying to get some clarification on the rules because little channels are getting demonetized for showing or banned from streaming for showing court video that involves firearms. You heard the judge. No one follows the rules. Yeah. It's a one-day trial. This is a banger. This is one to remember. This is one to maybe even go back and rewatch. Honestly. Oh. We're back to it didn't hurt that bad reasoning. It must be. It must be. Oh, the defendant lady talked too fast, so he didn't catch it. That's it. That's it. Solved it, Nikki. Employed, that means having a job? Vaguely, yeah. Like loosely. am I hearing fan? I'm hearing that fan. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. That's a little better. All right. Next, we thought this was going to go all day, but it didn't clearly. So we can either wait and see what happens with the next case. Oh, that just sounds so awful. Test 1 2. It just sounds like I'm muffled. Terribly muffled. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. I don't know why that sounds so terrible, but it does. All right, I'm done with Peeler, to be honest. Let's see. We could watch, see what happens with the next case. We could go do some court hopping, see what's happening around the country with some of our favorite judges. We can reboot. Maybe they'll redeem themselves. They've got to redeem themselves somehow. Did only women have jobs? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. All right. Either way, it's lunchtime. Let's make a portal. We're coming back. Thanks to all those who clicked the like button. That certainly does help us out on the channel. Schedule an afternoon. All right, just looking at the timer. It's 1:15 right now. Let's do a 45-minute lunch. We'll come back at 2. We'll find you some more amazing stuff. Maybe something as good as what we got this morning out of Ohio. Because as crazy as it was, that trial had everything we looked for. It had everything. I mean, everybody should have bingo at this point, including a ridiculous outcome. I mean, it was amazing. All right, portal is configured. We're all set up. It looks like Regina, was that you? Yep, Regina Adams was first in chat. We're on the other side. We'll pin her so she doesn't get away and escape her duties. All right, here we go. Redirect to that one. Okay, portal's configured. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again at 2 o'clock. Some afternoon court watching to get your week started. Hope you're doing great. Thank you very much for joining us this morning for a little case out of Warren County, Ohio that certainly surprised me with the ending and with the middle. I knew a little bit about this case going into it, but this one blew me away. You guys, we're going to be back at 2 o'clock. Be good to each other. Have some lunch. We'll see you in a little bit. Bye-bye.